right? It's always this thing. It's like, go, 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 go. Right? I'm not doing anything other than trying to get this degree. I'm trying to find friends. I'm trying to figure out my life moving forward. I don't have a fucking job. I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? I gotta get this. I gotta, right? It's such a weird change and switch. Like when you're younger, it's such an odd thing where you suddenly like have a job and like now you're part of the thing. You're part of all the adult and all the, right? But it's like you don't feel that way, and that's kind of like that part where people talk about like you just realize that everybody's kind of winging it. Like that never really stopped when you get older, right? And that existential part where you're just now just a part of the landscape. You're just kind of like there. You're part of this thing. Like you're now expected to just like do things for people, right? Like, oh man, I'm a doctor. All of a sudden, I'm gonna fix this patient up. I'm gonna really, I'm gonna give him the old what for. This is gonna fucking destroy whatever this thing is that's hurting them. It's like fuck this bullshitty fucking stupid gear thing tolerance, whatever the hell. All of a sudden it works. Oh, thank you. That's amazing. I don't know how you did that. Right. But it's like you're just like a person that knows something. You're just doing a thing, right? Like it's the same like, in a large amount of ways. When you just go like get your first job, right? Like whatever that is, it's like all of a sudden I'm just this part. It's like oh I'm expected to suddenly do this thing and do it really well, and I'm like this and I'm professional and all the. It's like, dude, ain't no one like that, man. Everybody's a little weird, dude. You know what I mean? Such a weird existential kind of situation where like you're just now this person that now knows things and people can look to and then like you better have some answers, bub. Fuck you and your bub, bitch. I'm trying my best over here. I don't fucking know. Just got done with the whole conversation. Over an hour and a half on hold, just trying to get a hold of anyone for I had a medical transportation scheduled for tomorrow, right? And it's just to go to my neurologist, which I'd scheduled like the week before or something like that. And the person's all just talk to me. They come out the gate swinging with, I have an Indian accent. Name's Alexandra, right? And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. I don't really care where you are as long as I can get, at least, truthfully something. I just understood. I'm just trying to figure this out. Like I didn't cancel my phone. And it was all the way there up until like literally yesterday. On my, they suddenly changed this to having an app now. Then everything's an automated voice thing. Can't get a hold of it. Other people, you know what I mean? And I realized it's like that's definitely not a good thing for what it's worth. Right? Like automated stuff is ubiquitously kind of known to not be the best. But she comes out like, no, you're the one that canceled. That's what it says here. And then she comes back after talking to dispatch and transport. It's like, apparently they canceled this. I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, that's pretty fucking obvious. I'm going to call you late at night. Like, it's like fucking nearly 9. It started off at like 6 or 6:30 or some shit with my other previous call. Trying to get a hold of anyone just to figure out what the hell happened. Like nobody tells me anything, all that. It's like part of the landscape. Like no, I would never just like cancel it. I mean, you're the one that canceled it. Oh yeah, you don't have access to my account or the same fucking like app, and they use the same thing, so it just looks like the client effectively canceled it. Like no, they don't, have a track record in history here of just fucking making the, generally speaking, kind of jankiest designs for apps for fucking any insurance and, government stuff and more. So I'm on Access, of course. Right, so like that's state stuff. Trying my best to get my shit together. But like, I got something in the mail. My insurance goes, hey, have you ever thought about supplemental security income? SSI? Oh, yeah. No, we just had a doctor who left the clinic I was at, by the way. tell me it was malingering, or tell the judge really, but it was with a question mark in their medical records. My own fucking lawyer. Hey, yeah, I'm not even gonna check what she said or wrote, and we're not even gonna go after it, over any of that, right? Before we have to ultimately have to do this whole thing called I don't know, see a judge and whatnot. And you're gonna call us many, many, many times just to get a hold of anyone because we were supposed to call you actually Friday, but I called you late at Sunday night. That's normal, normal law firm stuff. Judge even goes this doesn't make sense. I'm gonna have you talk to your lawyer because I'm gonna be objective, and it says here that I now need to immediately just get all of this revoked and it'll stay with you and more. And I'm like, this is some bullshit. Nobody said a word to me. What the fuck this was about? You would think that my psychiatrist would fucking tell me about this. But she was thinking about that I was apparently lying just for medical help. Jeez. Wow. What is this, America? Alright, oh hey man, I just need some basic bitch shit. For help. It's gonna cost you $20,000. What? Or you can die. They said it was a really easy procedure and I have a very high chance of remission. Yeah, don't take the staplers. This our Coca-Cola stapler. It's mine! I fucking spent a lot of time, you fucker. You need to talk about those reports, man. Fucking still hate that guy. It's no, it's fine, I'll just act like a jerk. You have fucking plot hole armor. Your plot hole is literally the definition of... You do realize that hypnotism doesn't work that way? And in fact, you just be super okay and naive all the time with shit like that going on as the hypnotism that you're supposedly having work for you. Which is a whole other thing. I'm gonna get back to this because I want to talk about the fact that it's this weird existential thing that we all kind of go through. It's all of a sudden you're just a part. And the reason why I was talking about it is because it's my psychiatrist here just upped and left. Right, but they found this person trying to find help for me, right? And it's they found them, right? And it's well, kind of, honestly. I mean, they're seeking some help, workout or whatever. But it's they're that's the whole rigmarole, right? It's no, I'm gonna do the whole, are you? Yeah, yeah. And do the little expecting, they pull up a leg or some shit. Right? It's are you gonna be a part of it? Is this gonna be a thing? Right? It's you start saying that, oh, no, I'm so cool, guys. You have nothing else going on, it seems except now you're going. There's a sudden switch. You're just expected to be this person. That's just that, right? Right, you're just this person. It's just suddenly there, part of it all. It's you're putting your hands into the guts of some ass motherfucker. You know what I mean? Just fucking live. You're a doctor or whatever, and that's the kind of doctor you are. Versus some other motherfucker. I found the test, and this was what was causing all of it. I have done the diagnostician work of this binary 1 and 0. You see, it should have been a 110 111 instead of this. This one moment fucked everything up. All of it is now dead and destroyed. Nothing good. Man. You're just a part. You're just a regular ass motherfucker. Got hopes and dreams and shit outside of work. But it's no, this is for job, fucking... That's what they tell you. That's the lie they sell you. You know what I mean? Right? And fucking, your life when you grow up. Yes, you should get your dream. No, you shouldn't. No. You want to be happy, remember? Don't get your dream. No. Don't do that. No, you want to be happy. They'll soul crush the shit out of everything that you loved. And you end up realizing I didn't even want to do that anyways. I don't even know who I am and what I wanted. Also, everybody's kind of shitty, and then they're just like adults now. Yeah, that didn't go away. You know, that fucking whoever it was that was in your class, you know, that fucking piece of shit that you hated. Yeah. Yeah, no, that person manages this. And they're still the same person. There really isn't much of a difference. You know what I mean? Like, that person's still them. Yeah, whoever it was, whatever it is that was that the guys just didn't get along with or whatever it is. All right? Okay, that's them to a T. Yep. To deal with them. Can't get around them. And you just fucking put up with this bullshit. Right? You're like, oh, I'm better than them because I have this kind of job. They hierarchy to feel better. Instead of like just self-validation kind of stuff where you're just like, you know, I'm good like this and they're doing this and while we disagree or whatever. But it's like this fucking existential thing where it's like, no, you expect once you get to a certain age, like they all disappear. That's not really how that works. None of it disappears. That person is still the same kind of person, just a different person. You know, I got part of a landscape. I'm a part of this big thing or whatever. It's so amazing, right? But it's like, is it? I mean, it's all the same kind of stuff after a while, you know? Right? Like, you just kind of go in there and just sudden switch in the tempo of it all in your life. All of a sudden, you're now this. You're expected to do this. You're expected to know these things. Like, someone's going to come to you looking for answers. You got to have that advice. You got to have that answer. You got to have all that kind of shit going on, right? You better fucking figure it out. You know what I mean? It was like you're important in some aspect or way now, right? I think that's what the productivity. I can't in any way imagine that like this idea of I'm still something, because you know all of a sudden this switch and this change happened. It was so profound in my life, and it made it so I cared so deeply, and tremendously about whatever it was. But it's like you're just some guy. Or some gal, whatever it is, just doing their thing. You know, whatever, right? You're just fucking there doing a thing, really. There's no real difference, right? Like, the president wakes up, shits, drinks some water, whatever the fuck, right? Just fucking, just some guy doing their thing, you know? Right? Like, and it's like, and it could cost everybody everything, it's the biggest deal. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Isn't that a weird, like, little fucking sudden switch? It's like you fight so hard, tooth and nail, all of a sudden it's just like, I'm just this person. You know what I mean? Like, there's no gravitas, there's nothing there. It's just like you still know that you're just a regular dude. Like, no matter what. Like, yeah, and I fucking did this weird-ass bullshit that people knew. It was like, yeah, people, who doesn't do weird shit? Who does, like, honestly, right? And you're just like some schmuck over here. What you say suddenly matters a fuck ton. All of a sudden, all this shit will go bad real fast. Right? It's like, no, I've got experience in all this. And it's like, yeah, huh? Yep. Yeah, you better fucking make sure it's there. It's good. I don't, dude, shut up. Go away. You know what I mean? Like that kind of like thought process starts entering your mind. Like, no, fuck you. Shut up over there. You're mean, you're being mean. You know, I don't know. I mean, I guess a little. Just a regular old schmucky dude, you know? Just schmucking around, doing schmuck stuff. Trying my best to not schmuck it so hard that it all fucking dies. Right? It's just like a thing going on. It's your local doctor, politician, all this shit. That's all y'all are, really. There's nothing like spectacularly, stupendously crazy about anyone. But like, hey, that's the thing. That's what that person is. You know what I mean? And we just put this gravity, this importance to it, because like that makes it so maybe we'll treat it right or something. It's like, doctor, you don't care about anything. Nothing in your life ever has been something you cared about. How do you figure, dude? How does this happen? What the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, nah, it's never happened. No. It's like, what the fuck is this? Okay, sure. Sure, somehow. Sure. You know, I'm super ultra important, just born immediately with like all these things. It's gotta be such a weird thing for them. You know what I mean? Like those people that are like ultra mega rich or whatever, and they have a lot of status and power in like an area, right? You know, and it's like it's gotta be so weird that like starts happening, right, in their life. Where it's like, no, I'm just a part of this thing, you know. Like instead of like I command thing, I'm this, I'm that, all that fucking weird shit starts happening right to us. Like all of a sudden, you know, like you're just this person that like really is that, right? Like you definitely have like that fucking thing, right? Like no matter what, it's like you're still just this dude, but in this situation, I'm still just this dude, you know, or dudette or whatever. But it's just like, all of a sudden, I mean, that's gonna maybe kill someone. Like, whatever I do, it's so important. Oh man, I didn't cook this right. Oh shit, Wendy's crew member, fucking, I'm dead. Tanks the whole business. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I'm just some schmuck over here, just schmucking around. Just doing my schmucky best to not schmuck it up, I guess. Gotta be some gravitas perfect fucking guy. You know, to somehow fucking figure it out. Meanwhile, most people don't think about that. Yeah, I know. It's true. I mean, I'm not going to, just like everyone else, for what it's worth. Yeah. Everyone else is the same fucking way, in the same boat, bro. Like, hey, that doctor, that president, that fucking mayor, that this, that, you know, they're all the same fucking person. Just fucking schmucking around, trying their best not to schmuck it up. Yeah, get through the day, get to the, oh, yeah, no, that's right, I like this stuff, that's right, I remember watching that. That's not my only identity, this thing I do every day. You know, I don't have existential drama problems like that at all going on. As what have I become? I am just this. This is all that I am and entail. Yeah, not really though, bro. A lot more of that. You know, they got you thinking. It's like they break you down, is what you probably think, right? You know, but it's like, there's a part of that, sure. You know, it's more about a different type of story after a while there to us. It's like all we are is just this thing that we think of as like ourselves, right? And then like we then try and relate ourselves to the situation, right? And so what we're seeing ourselves do, even if we don't really recognize it or are very aware of it at first, is that existentially, philosophically, you know, we're just like now a part of this, and we're so much, you know, relationally wise, like a part of all of these other things that are so significant, right? But it's like, yeah, and like that's a big deal. That's a big part. But it's like, you lose sight of the fact that, not much of a lot of it really matters, and everybody kind of shits on everyone, which is kind of a sad part. You know what I mean? And like doctors try their best, nurses try their best, president tries his best, mayor, fucking regular Joe Blow schmuck with no job like me now, you know, trying their best not to fuck around and fuck anything up. But, you know, hey, so guess what? Like, sometimes you gotta get something done, or, like, you don't fucking do it perfectly, whatever the fuck, right? And then, you know, all of a sudden, you're bad person McGillicuddy or some other bullshit. Just doing your thing, just trying their best. And that's all that really ends up being, you know? Like, we all make mistakes. Yeah, oh, absolutely, do we? Yeah, of course. But it's like, it's a little bit more significant, I feel like, after a while, when you think about that. Right? Like, hey, we say we make mistakes. No, it's like, yeah, For sure. Oh, definitely. We're going to. It's like, and yet, I'm gonna wake up, I'm gonna fucking put on this stupid ass bullshit or do whatever that is, right? And it's gonna matter. It's gonna matter a lot, right? And it's like all of a sudden it's important. But it's not really all that important. Like everything you do is important, right? But it's all not that important. It's a weird two extremes. And a sudden switch, that existential switch. You know what I mean? That odd sensation of suddenly it's changed. All of it's kind of changed. Right? Like you go through your life, you do this, and you know, and you still have this when you're younger and you're a teenager. It's like, oh, it's a sudden switch and change. I'm like somewhat of an adult, but everybody looks at me like this. That's the general gist I get. But in reality, it's like there's not much of a difference between me and that person. You start getting, right? Like you start understanding. You start kind of picking up that part, right? And you start getting this weird sensation where you realize it's like that person's just an older version. You know what I mean? Like that's all that is. It's just an older version. Like I'm gonna be doing this for this long, right? It's roughly thereabouts. I'm gonna be doing whatever that is for however long it is. Such an odd thing. It's like we place this huge importance. Oh my God, they know all this, but it's like, yeah, but it kind of is weird because it's after a point you go, oh yeah, no, it's just this thing, right? It's like, oh, I get good at it, and it's just this thing I do, right? There's nothing really spectacular. It's kind of like rote memorizational to a degree, almost. You know, you're just sort of like going through it, like, you know, because you do. And there's nothing really much there to that. And it's not really who you are. Like, it's, you start realizing you lose that part. Sometimes people freak out about that part. Sometimes they don't. Right? Like, I wanted to lose that part. I wanted to get rid of that idea. I wanted to, I don't want that. You know, whatever it is. And it's kind of odd. Because, like, that's a person, right, that wanted to no longer be considered this or that or whatever it is. And everybody has that go on in their life. Right? Like, I was this person, I saw myself as this person for this long in my life. That's all I ever was, really, realistically speaking. You know what I mean? And everybody goes through that. Like, seriously, everybody goes through that. Right? Like, I want to be more than myself. I want to be whatever that is. And it's normal. Right? It's genuinely very normal. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's like, hey, you know, I want to figure out how to fix whatever this is, or I want to solve this problem because it's been fucking annoying me or annoying them or whatever it is, right? I'm saying, okay, well, that makes sense, you know? It's like, but not that part. No, they're obviously different, that person over there. They're so different. They're so fucking, like, there's no matter what, they're different. They're so much bigger, they're so much better, they're so much this, they're so much that, like, whatever it is, right? It's like, they're not. Right, they're doing the same thing you are. And this is expressed to me when I was a kid, right? Some dude was, like, very nice enough to talk to me and tell me about that. You know, like, really kind of wax and wane philosophical, like, about it. Not high or anything. Just kind of like, it's this weird, odd point. You start realizing, I kind of like agreed. All these other adults I was realizing were agreeing with this dude. And I didn't really understand as a kid, because like to me it was like, oh yeah, no, I mean that's totally not the case. Obviously you're different. Right? Like it's clearly like it's totally different. Like there's no way. You're just wrong. And there's some other adult that do. See, an adult agrees with me. See, I'm smart. Right? And I realized, that's the same thing now, just as adults. Other adults group up, nah, you're stupid, you're freaking dumb. And like, now I'm there as an adult. Now I realize it's like, oh, oh wow, I saw the same thing, just in a different way in my past. You know what I mean? It's like such an odd thing. And people that are already automatically like, no, 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 no. Like I was this thing all the time. It's like that's great for you. A lot of us have gone through a lot more soul searching and a lot more fucking shit in our fucking lives, than you have. It looks like you're, and sometimes that's good, sometimes that's not. But most of the time it seems to be something that helps a person. You know what I mean? Inevitably, that person doesn't seem to get liked as much. Why aren't you guys helping that person anymore? I ask as a silly child I am. I thought you said not to be petty. Yeah, you'll understand when you're older. No, no, we're not really doing that. No, no, no. All different versions. Right, it's the same fucking story now. Now that I'm an adult, there's really not much of a difference. And people don't really seem to understand that's because we teach them to do that. We teach our kids to do that. We don't explain to them. We think that they can't understand, right? And then we end up going through that same existential fucking, whoa, I just went through that. You know what I mean? Like, I am that kid as the adult now, right? Like, what the fuck? That explains a few things, that's for sure. Like you end up getting into that point of weirdness, right? Because it's all existential stuff. This is really what that is. It's like suddenly I'm like important, this thing that does things, but I'm like not different and nothing changed. And I don't feel like, and that's the imposter syndrome that can start setting up itself in your mind. I don't feel like all that kind of a thing, right? Like I'm obviously not good enough like that, whatever it is. But it's like, yeah, yeah, nobody is. You're forgetting that part. You're forgetting the fact that you came in like that, and a lot of them are like that, and some of them are just bullshitting their ass off. Some of them are really honestly just bullshitting their ass off. That's it. There's not much there. And you know what? The decisions they make, people have to follow through. And it makes them look like they're more actually professional and they know what they're doing. Right? But like they don't. It's just like when you were younger in your, job, or when you were in your group and, a whole bunch of people snapped or whatever to doing whatever it is that you said for them to do. It made it look like, and you heard your teacher say, oh yeah, looks like you guys are really on the ball. And you end up realizing, nah, not even slightly. This is all a lie. I don't know what the fuck this is at any point. And say, yep, so you know, says the teacher, because it happened to me. If you happen to have a similar situation, there you go. Wouldn't you know? Wouldn't you go into that kind of mode where you go, oh, fucking shit. Damn. It never changes, does it? We're all just regular-ass motherfucking people. No different, really. That great equalizer, I fucking know, man. Seems like a good idea. Or I guess, okay, sure. Alright, like those kinds of situations when you end up realizing it's like, I have no idea. I'm a doctor that doesn't know, and we don't know everything. We say we know everything because we kind of have to fucking force ourselves to say that, but in reality, we don't fucking know. We don't know. We want to know. Like, you know what I mean? But like, I got time, I got patience, I got this, I got that. You know what I mean? I got shit going on. I've got and then they overwork or underpay or pay for not enough work at all. You know what I mean? End up feeling guilty and all those other fucking shit. And it's all to play after a while. You know what I mean? Like this weird thing that we call life. Because it's not a game. It's like all there to play for, except it's not a game. It's like they taught you and trained you into believing it's some kind of game. It doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? Like, Look at all that propaganda teaching you. I mean, you go through so much of what you learned in history class in public schools and go, yeah, none of this is true. This is propaganda as fuck. And people will recite it to you as if it's true. Even though all of the historical evidence says, nope. All of it's there. You know, it's like you're not gonna learn that until you're an adult. Gotcha. Got what, bitch? Got fucking what? I was trusting you. Yeah, now you realize you should never trust anything. I'm too paranoid now all of a sudden. Is this actually a thing? Is it part of this? I don't know anything. I'm just a part of this landscape doing my thing. Trying my best not to fucking land into that situation. Of like, have I gone too far? Have I become the weird thing? You know, that doesn't understand anything anymore? Have I become that person that doesn't know shit anymore? Because I just didn't get it? So I was focused too much on this thing? Have I become the guy that I should hate when I was younger? Did I change the way I wanted to? That I really wanted to? You know, I tried my best to? You know, did I make all the right choices? You know? Am I going to continue doing that? Obviously, I'm going to try my best, but they don't care. Doesn't matter how hard they try to try and lie about that, but they don't. And some parts of that, it's a good thing. And other parts, it's a fucking shitty fucking thing. It sucks ass. It's the worst. But it's like when all of that's always seemingly going on, and it's rife in certain areas, you know? It's like, man, this matters a lot more than we're letting people really kind of know. You know what I mean? Like, this is far more important than we fucking try and make it out to be, and we're just trying to push it into this idea where it's like, it's not, or it is. It's really important. Like, all of this is like a thing that we deal with. You know? It's like, it isn't and it is. It's that weird place where we go, no, it doesn't matter that much. How much, you know, this or that happens or whatever it is. And saying, oh, that starts to matter a lot. You go, oh, you guys are weird stressing about that over there overseas. I'm like, are they? Are they? I mean, yeah, say what you want, but America's been relatively stable. And some of these boomers, you know, baby boomers, you know, the great loss, you know, all that, they went through some seriously fucking fucked up times. Some of them are still old enough. You know, that's 60s, 70s. That's like late 50s, you know what I mean? I mean, they remember damn well how fucking shitty it was. Like, no, you're not getting anywhere with this. Like, they are still just as racist. No, we went through the same thing. This has not gotten better. Nah, this is honestly, no. It is not what you think. They will use that and then some. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's like, but they're gay. So, I saw a lot of gay racists throughout my lifetime. Are you kidding me? And then nothing. Gay, straight, whatever. Who gives a shit? It's like, what? Yeah, that meant that they treated you poorly too. I mean, talk about the amount of healthcare fucking problems they ended up suffering. Ooh, no, we can only get these motherfucking white people to fucking accept this money for this fucking drug test. Are you kidding me? They're going to get white people? You don't want to get white people, huh? Uh-huh. Really? How much you pay? $5,000 for that? $5,000? Are you fucking for real? Fucking, oh, you can only get white people. Fucking how much you turn away for this fucking test? Are you kidding me? You can only get white people. Uh-huh. No, we can't get anyone to talk about this very dark behind closed doors topic. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Wouldn't want to talk about any of these fucking bathhouses or anything. Man, they were together, just really good friends. Oh yeah, that's best of friends, really. That's all it was. Good friends. That's all it ever was. Sure. Meanwhile, fucking the world's crumbling around me. I've realized how many of them hate me. You know, if I go back to pretending I'm not in the closet. I wonder if the. Oh my god, I'm being treated better. Crazy. That's crazy. No. It's like, no, they're terrible because of whatever it is. People will agree with me. I'm like, it could be literally any reason. I've heard Bible, I've heard fucking just genetic, I've heard like, you know, biological bullshit. I've heard every excuse in the book for, yeah, I'm just not comfortable with them and I don't want to. You know what I mean? Like, genuinely any fucking excuse. They'll take anything. And it's like, people are not that petty. They'd never do that. People are not like that. And the people wouldn't just like immediately automatically start going to bat for the side that they don't have any at all evidence for. You know, just Alexandria over here. You were the one. I mean, you have no real reason at all to lie. Any fucking way. Could have been a fucking app glitch at that damn point. Could have been anything. You know what I mean? But it's like, no, you're just lying. You didn't remember. I hadn't even touched the thing. I scheduled it over the phone, and then I just went like, oh, what's the thing? Just make an account, and then I'll just leave this alone from here now. Oh, and I'm not even going to touch that. I'm fucking afraid of something going wrong, and I broke it. Yeah, like, it's already scheduled. I don't need to touch that. Meanwhile, I wonder if we'll get like a time for when they'll show up. I wonder if they'll. Nope. Damn it. Just a person. It's now a person, right? But it's like, no, that person is fucking your entire life up, and so you kind of have to be mean to them. Right? Like, you just have to do that. It's like, I'm Ukraine over here. This is this person. You're Russia. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. This is fucking... Yeah. It's like, why don't you get back with your abusers and make amends? I wonder fucking why, bro. I wonder how the fuck that happens. You know, just go over there? Yeah, just fucking make amends? Sure. Just go fucking over there and do that somehow. We just go fucking not do that in the slightest. Fucking, what are you trying to talk about over here? Now, don't get me wrong, there's petty behavior to a degree there as well. Don't even, like, try, right? Both sides. But, like, that doesn't give them an excuse. You know what I mean? They're like, no, you need to, you know, go back to your parents. They were obviously in every way not the ones that were doing anything wrong somehow. Is that why, like, I said I was scared to be around them and everything? Yeah, that's what that is. Fuck off. Sure. That's what that was. It's so dumb after a while. You know what I mean? It makes no sense at all. And that's what they'll say. You're the one. You don't know every situation. Oh, yes, every situation. This is what this was. It was for every situation, no matter what. All of them are exactly this. Always, every time. That's what this was about. Not the existential weirdness that is essentially the fact that you now realize, like, that judge and this person and all these motherfuckers that don't know anything, they're strapped for time. They're trying to make the best that they can happen. It's a bunch of dumbass bullshit that they also have to deal with. Every one of them has had their own life. They're not just a part of this thing. Like, I never really knew this was. I mean, I learned, so right, but like I didn't do, that really. They start getting into their kind of stride, I guess you could say, as they're older. It's like that's just a thing. You hear like a young person go, "No, it's not even a thing." It's You know what I mean? They'll go to bat for some motherfuckers that they shouldn't be going to bat for at all, thinking they'll get something out of that. They're just watching them throw their lives away. Makes no sense whatsoever. Ah, shit, Trump. Ah, fuck, shit, fuck. God damn it. Ah, fuck. The capitalism's still good. So I'm still gonna get rich. I'm so fucking rich. Great. Super. That matters tremendously in all ways. Me being rich. That's the only thing. It's weird existential Saundrism problem. You realize you're just this person. No different in any way, regardless of the riches, regardless of the accolades, regardless of any of it. Regardless of how big you get somewhere. So just a person. You know what I mean? Just doing person stuff. And like those people, same thing. Oh, they love you and they treat you like all of this, but it's like, yeah, you're still just a person, so are they. Like they're already like psychologically inclined to do that. You know what I mean? Like, alright, practically treat it like a cult. It's like now it's a safe cult. That's right, they can just watch you from afar. It's not like the bad one where 2,000 plus years later, some dude's still going strong. You know what I mean? Everybody's got different interpretations for every fucking small fucking slight saying everywhere. No one's agreeing on anything. Except, generally speaking, this is a thing, for sure. Yeah, but no, about this part, no. But that part, yes. No, but this part that you said no, that's actually a yes. It's like a bunch of people arguing for like Harry Potter differences of J.K.R. Rowling or whatever it is, J.R. whatever, It's just that. That's all it is. It's just some motherfuckers arguing their favorite parts about a story that really means a lot to them, and now they're a big part of this huge thing. Matters a tremendous amount, depending on the person, right? Like no matter what, you're not getting out of that. No matter how much you hate it or whatever, it genuinely changes the landscape. Who likes you, who's petty towards you, all the rest of it. Wars are fought based upon some bullshit involving it. Nothing to do with resource or anything. I will just hoard my resources because you're one of them people. Uh-huh. Is there any factual... No, the book said it, and it's quite factual. Uh-huh, okay. And the person said it is? Yeah, well, that's what that is. Right, and we don't do any, checking that. A lot of people lie, dude, all the time, bro. Like, you were literally just doing that, earlier at your job, man. I know you. Damn it, Phil. Fucking, jeez. We're all gonna go no, that's not what this is. It's not even a slight amount of what this is. Bullshit. That's bullshit. You know it. It's like, oh, you know what? I don't see any merit to your argument. Okay, alright. Meanwhile, oh, no, I don't have to fucking do anything. Oh, fuck, there's so many of them. Ah, shit. I have to do something now. If only it was in the past where this was just oh, I'm a part pretty much immediately in the group that was raising me. I'm a part of that, crowd. Just trying to find meal and want some fuck and so on. Kid, Watch out for that. Make sure a tie like this. Easy. Dig this. Super nice. Work every time now. Yeah, how's that? It was so lame. Fuck you too, kid. It took me like fucking forever. Fucking remember how to do that. You suck. Kid, fucking damn you. Yeah, everybody does this. Now we're on to this new thing that's more like this. Thanks. Great. This is this new thing that we're doing. There's just some existential ass fucking people that just kind of put it out of our heads, you know, like it's gone. Right? Like we're not that. That's not going on. Says who? You know what I mean? Like says fucking actually who though? Like who? Who says that? Like I'd like to know. What kind of world do they live in, you know? See that person walking next to you, talking about whatever, you know what I mean? It's just a person. Same thing. They matter somewhere. A whole bunch of people rely on them for something, I guess. And if they don't, it isn't gonna matter because it's like it's the same for you. You leave, you don't. Someone else replaces it, or it doesn't continue going on, and they do something else. You know what I mean? Such a weird existential part. You know, we all try and get all weird about it, or like super anxious and stressed, but it's like it's gone now. So who cares? Like now you're gonna be this. Who doesn't care about that loss? You can grieve it, but you also have to do this, and if you don't get it done fast, like you're gonna die. So like, let's go. You know what I mean? Such an odd sensation. That always creeps up in my mind whenever I think about it. Yeah, it's such a weird sensation. The existentialism part. I end up thinking it's totally different. Nothing's relevant. Not a thing. Couldn't be further from the truth. It's such a big deal how we put it in our minds and when we put it in our minds and how we decide. And that level of understanding of others. You know, their ability to empathize with others but not allow them to take advantage of us. Realize that how we, have that fear control us, how we lead ourselves into these traps. Because people got really good at using them to get us to believe one thing or another. And we all just sort of accepted it. It's weird. Yeah, that's like, I'm gaslighting myself. Did I? No, I'm gonna look at this. Nope. No, I didn't do that. I didn't even touch the damn app. What are you trying to do? Malingering? Oh, was I homeless? Yeah, I was homeless. Yeah, I was homeless. Did I go to inpatient stay like 5 times? Yeah, no, that happened. Yeah, no. Several doctors saying I should be on SSI. Me fighting them tooth and nail because I didn't want to ever think of myself and admit to being disabled. Not to mention it for sure kills basically everyone in their ability to even try and look your way. I mean, your entire life is gone, basically. People treat you horrendously terribly. It's just a part of life, you know? And so, of course, you don't want to fucking do it. They're like, no, I'm a good person, I wouldn't do it. Yeah, right? It's all specifically about you. Especially those that don't ever have even a slight understanding about it. You know, just like that existential part where you're part of the landscape. It's like all of a sudden you're there and you matter, right? It's like you didn't realize you were already doing that for something else. And it didn't hit you the same way. Because it's just a sudden switch and then you end up understanding it, and then you end up relating it, and then you end up like starting that process of realizing that person, my parent or that friend, whatever, is the same thing. End up getting better with it, not because you weren't told and helped to understand, but because you essentially were forced to by society to not have that moment occur. And it's the same thing when it comes down to people that think, oh, you're disabled or whatever else. Yeah, the same fucking problem, right? Say, oh, no, you're only something valuable if you're productive. In society, I mean, that's just the way it works. It's obvious. There can't be a different thing. It's not okay for. There's no propaganda. It's nothing but all of that. You realize and you get away from it. You go, holy shit. You've been brainwashed, they say as they look at you with concern, seriousness in their face. And you sort of smile at them and you go, there's not a thing you could fucking possibly say to that person to help them to understand where they're wrong. They're so inundated with it constantly. That is their identity. They won't change it without essentially everything around them in their environment making them finally understand where it went wrong. It's the same thing when you're a teenager or whatever, and you get your job or you switch off into college or something. Suddenly realize, relate that. Or some of you are probably like me, where I had it happen when I was much younger. You know, I was just alone by myself. I realized it was like, what the shit is this? That's my fucking teacher, that's my mom, that's a fucking... And then I was just like a person counted on, but more than just counted on. Oh, fuck, that's my dog, too. That's my cat. Jeez. That's just a thing happening always everywhere. Every fucking person on this planet is this. That's an astronaut on some fucking station up there orbiting around. It's the same fucking thing. Every goddamn person's just like that. Just a little different, living a different life. It's the same thing though. Some of them got born and they were immediately like that. They never even knew and noticed. They still think of people like me like shit. Something to throw away. Every one of them's got a different version like that. And they try and have themselves feel better about their bullshit discrimination and more. In reality, it's just they're tired. You know? They can't do that. That's insane. It's so much shit. I was overwhelmed when I was going through that earlier. I can't imagine what it's like for them. Day in, day out, decades, it wears on them even if they don't notice. Psychologically, they're gonna just have that impact and so much. They're all run out. Threadbare as fuck. Hell, what threads at this point? For so many of them. Wow. They're asking for help and they're terrible? Why? They say that some book tells them to do this and then they don't. Where does that come from? I mean, I thought I was just being, some kid. Some little cheeky, kind of kid. In reality, that shit matters so much. Wow, and they'll do it for anything. That's a regular everyday life, that little fucking moment. All the little stupid, weird rumors and hatred, and all of a sudden they all group up to do one thing or another in school. That's every job, every fucking career, every goddamn one of them, everywhere around you. Holy fuck. I don't want to be like that. I hate that. I know for a fact I feel like guilty and not good about the shit that I do like that. Can't imagine. They like that? I actively try and stop myself. Make sure I did it for a good reason. I'm not even fucking a teenager yet. Jesus shit. They just do this? I'm getting terrified of growing up. Oh wait, I'm already there. There's not much of a difference except experience, and then they just all agree that one thing or another is now allowed or something. There's really nothing there. Like, basically nothing. That is terrifying as fuck. Did you treat it? Yeah, no, but you're gonna be going through that and start talking to myself. Right, then they're just gonna treat it like that. They're gonna go through this way for this long because it's just them lying about saying that they do this or don't do this, like they always do, like the kids do, like the teachers do, and more. Every one of them fucking continues to keep pushing the lie because that's how that works until eventually you might hopefully believe them. How does that happen to work when you were a kid? It didn't work. It's you have to do this or you wanted to do this. They already know that you got suckered in because, well, I wanted to do this thing. And they were going to use that, instead of you going and taking a chance and doing something else. How many of our lives are just us doing that? Could be decades before I might do something. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Might not be. Might be longer. Whatever. Get to work over there. Other people are part of the thing. That's what we voted you in, or you got that position you're at, or whatever version it is. You know what I mean? There's no difference. Not a bit. Not a fucking small amount. And yet there's a massive difference. Right? That's a person with that experience. That's a person with that knowledge and ability to continuously do it. So many people work a job they really don't have that going on. Surrounded by people that do have that, or they can, rather. It's such an odd thing. There's nothing there other than a group of people going, I hope you work out. Or those that are petty enough, I'm gonna hire bad people for you. I'm gonna fucking just intentionally vote someone in that's gonna destroy the entire thing. I'm just gonna troll and say I like something when I actually don't. I'm not even gonna care. Around us everywhere. Some of us. You know what I mean? And I realize it's like, yeah, no, but you gotta still realize and recognize you really can't care about everything. That's impossible. It's an impossible ask. That's actually impossible. Like, literally. You know what I mean? You can't do that. Here you are, part of this landscape, your own life, doing this thing. It matters somewhat to one person or yourself at the very least. It doesn't matter what everything else is, or everyone else. Who gives a shit? You're the one that chooses whether or not to. Because, truthfully, they'll take advantage of it if you don't know what the hell it is you're doing. They make sure to make it as stressful and shitty as possible because, honestly, that's the best way for them to get away with it. If you've ever lived like me with a bunch of abusive, narcissistic, emotionally neglectful, more family members that didn't like you sending it right back to them, well, obviously they're gonna just say that's you. You're the one. You did this, and so on and so on and so on. No accountability, no responsibility. That's standard shit. Oh, you're not gonna change. You know what I mean? Part of the landscape. Day in, day out. That's all they are. Expect that to do anything. It's not. So then they realize it's like, I'm here, and all of a sudden I look out at either let's say you're a doctor, right? You're in the ER. You look out at all the different parts that you have to work in, right? All the rooms, all that. And you go, oh wow, right? It's a big moment. It's like you don't do it when you get home. Oh wow, look at that. It's like you matter to yourself. Remember that. You better figure that one out fucking much faster than that one. Oh wow, that's a thing. Yeah, no. But you are the thing. Remember, they are the thing. That is just a thing. Separate. It'll still be there. All that. It means nothing, and yet it means a lot. Just like you. You don't need to be told by others that you mean something. Don't end up in that trap. You don't need to be having somebody that thinks that you're wrong saying that you're right. Don't fall into that trap either. It doesn't matter. They need any kind of power to matter. That's all they are. Even that job you've got needs to matter. You know, remember that part. There'll be someone else. Because it doesn't matter. What matters is you being a person that's actually experiencing a good life. That's what matters. Weighing those different parts of how it is that you feel about yourself, or what it is that you do, and how it is you do it, and who it is that's around you. That's what matters. What matters is that in that existential moment you realize and recognize, oh, that's interesting. It's a big, big interesting. We don't need to separate ourselves from that. We don't need to run from it. All of it's a big deal and it matters. But hey, it's okay. You'll still be able to do whatever somewhere else. And something else will matter. That's why I made that little joke about that kid. This is a new thing we've got going on. It's the new knot. Right? So put it together. Wrap it around like that. It's like, it's okay. There's gonna be more that continues. You don't need to be needed like that. You need to need yourself. You need to like yourself. You need to want yourself. That's a part of that they take away. You gotta care about that part that's you. Otherwise it goes away. And really you'll just spend time trying to remove it. People often look at dependency, right? Power differences. It's like, okay, watch this. This person is needed. That's what they're looking for. Need. They already need themselves in a way. They're already there. But they get it twisted in their head that they are only something as a result of something else. When they've already lost the fact that, hey, you were needed by yourself before this point. That didn't go away. You're still something that makes it so you live. It makes it so you do anything to help someone. Or, put another way, you think that's only submissive. But that's both ways. Both sides need each other. Both sides are living for themselves and for each other. Those that are in healthy relationships understand that because they did that work beforehand. Those that didn't, well, it's really not like that. They don't see themselves like that. They don't understand themselves to be like that. They place themselves separate to anything. And they are very unsatisfied. They run towards things to prove that they are one thing or another, to keep their identity the way they desire it to be viewed by themselves and others. But in reality, others mean nothing, and you don't want to acknowledge that your identity that you view yourself as isn't actually how you're viewing yourself. It goes hand in hand with so many different things in this world. It's just too often everywhere. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Not even a slight amount. Because it's not you. Remember that? It's them. Their life. They'll figure it out. Don't jump in. They figure it out, they do. They don't, they don't. It doesn't matter. You're putting responsibility of someone else's life onto your shoulders, and you shouldn't do that. You matter. Remember that? They're not something like that. They're not someone that's going to learn. You can shout and scream, you can give them the evidence, you can whatever. But they're not going to change that unless they want to. They're like any other addict you've ever heard. They give up existence. That's what that is. It's a person that doesn't want to change, and unless something actually makes it so that way, that's a thing they're willing to finally do. They understand where it happens to be coming from, all of that. They really actually believe genuinely that stuff. You're screwed. You can't do anything. There's nothing. You gotta let it go. You still love them, but you let it go. Just like every person that's over there in propaganda land for a government. A lot of influencers that don't want to ever show themselves to be who they are. It's okay. They're okay. You know what I mean? It's a way to fucking get money. That's what it is. Just like anyone else that wants to go, no, believe me, not them. Oh, they believe you, not me. Right? Meanwhile, me, just going through my regular everyday life. Putting shit out there, you can believe, you can honestly think it through and probably understand why I'm right about one thing or another, or why I'm wrong about one thing or another and I missed something out. Alright, you can explain that. No, you don't want to. That's not your job, right? Unless it's somebody that's out there that really honestly wants to put that effort in. In which case, me. First, then you have to acknowledge them. You know what I mean? It's this weird part. It's like, oh, I'm gonna do something like that. Okay. Is that so bad? They don't from a good place. They want to help you. Is that so bad? It's like, are you gonna listen to the other side? That's what I end up getting from a lot of doctors. That's what this was leading to. A lot of people have different perspectives on what mental and emotional disabilities really are, and how severe they really do impact you. Let alone the physicals that can creep up as a result of that. They go hand in hand. It's a negative feedback loop. More than enough evidence to show off all that being right. How it happens to affect your entire society, your government, how it is you make your laws, what you're willing to put up with, how you view yourself and others. All of it's impacting one another. Big groups. Because we have to figure it out, right? How to work together. Those that don't want to do anything. Those that don't want to really do much. Those that barely even are there. You know what I mean? It's a harsh one. It's like, yeah, no, I don't get a lot. Doctors don't want to know. Especially psychiatrists, what does that matter? I'm just going to give you pills. I'm not a therapist. I'm a therapist. Yeah, I'm not really going to look deeply into every bit of those things. I'm going to form an opinion because I have about fucking 30 clients this next 2 days, which is actually impossible, so I'm going to have to reschedule after you another person because I need a break. There's no way I can see that many people. Alright? I spent 4 hours driving someone to somewhere just so you could see a doctor for a brief period of time and he has to go back. It's fucking 9 hours of driving. And, oh, by the way, I have a life. I did, for real. Right? Crazy levels of shit. So the doctor doesn't really want to listen. None of them are going to do what that is on TV. Or they're going to go over that medical history. They're not going to look deeply into that. See what the impacts were. Not just environmental, but also all the people in their lives. How that affected them. How the government affects them. What news stories they saw and more. It's so insanely important. Psychosomatic is way not what that is anymore. Placebos aren't placebos. It's an invalidating part of that. When your brain literally causes you to have those issues, is that a placebo? Or is that just a fuck ton of symptoms from anxiety and depression and stress and more? As a negative feedback loop occurs, it tries to make it happen. Is that hypnotism? Mass? Hysteria? I mean, is that propaganda? Is that a bunch of self-perpetuating, self-fulfilling prophecies, quotation marks, of barely done well studies by a bunch of corporations trying to sell you something? And a whole bunch of people all myth-wise believe whatever it is. And so then it happens to be true. Are you in a rural place or are you in a not rural place? How much do you believe one thing in your career for a patient versus another? How much more do you want to see the diagnosis that you happen to prefer because that's your specialty, like they say, right? Say what you want, but it's not like they were bad writers on that one. That's a real problem that we see often. How much is a phone call really going to give you an idea and understanding of what's really happening? Are they going to tell you the truth? What's really happening, right? How does their apartment look? How are they really feeling? Do they feel comfortable? They record every second of your conversation. They know that. Everybody knows that. That's worth. But hey, you know what? We've seen more than enough of that not being very secure, no matter how hard you try and say it is. So is that paranoia then? When there's more than enough evidence to show that that's absolutely going on? Is that now a genuine part of the symptom that you want to see? Or is it not? Do you take that into account? What could be going on? Do you just choose to not? Because it's less likely, except it's actually so extraordinarily easy and people are so petty that we definitely understand it takes nothing, men and or women. A man sees some person at a gym, he's gay, he wants to fuck him. Why not? They end up going through all of it. They heard stories, right? Those doctors. But oh, no, this is not a thing, right? Can't possibly happen. It's like I heard stories my ass. I've read them and seen people go to jail for fucking stalking that shit. It's like, yeah. And you're a doctor that knows about that. And you'll see a patient in their inpatient, one of their worst points, where they feel like they are having that happen somehow. It's like, where does that feeling really come from? It might not be related to that at all. It could be entirely something else, but someone might be there doing that. We're pretty adept subconsciously at trying to pick up those emotions. We see it time and time again. A lot of people just suddenly eat something that they needed anyways. And we're starting to realize that that's pretty significant. Our subconscious and how it leads us. Now we're starting to realize like how much that also changes what it is we remember, how it is we view something in the future, how significant something stands out, and at what point does it become remembered or stored away, not be seen and thought of again. How much that actually affects us as well, consciously, even if we never think about it. Even if we might not even feel anything. Turns out hypnotism removing some, considerable concentration on a painful thing on their body doesn't stop that they'll still hold that side. They'll still hitch. They'll still protect it. Hypnotism doesn't get to the subconscious at all. Suggestion doesn't either. Can't outthink a problem. Problems are always going to be there no matter how hard it is you try and force yourself to believe something, even with medicine, trying to help. Just as you can't have an arm, put a prosthetic on it, doesn't mean the arm's there. Too many damn doctors don't seem to understand that part. I can give you medicine, I can give you therapy. It's a prosthetic, doc. It doesn't change that I don't have the arm. It doesn't change, it's not the same. It doesn't change. In this instance, it's a lot more missing than just an arm. Or even a couple of legs. You know what I mean? Suddenly a part of the landscape. Just a person with thoughts and emotions, going through things. Doesn't matter what you say, how you say it. Means nothing. They'll just go on about their day, not care. How the hell do you figure? It doesn't mean anything. It clearly does. Right? That moment of existential bullshit that you go through every damn day. You suddenly realize that that's a thing you are and a part of and doing. Even if you're not gonna mean something productive. I must discount and invalue that work of someone else for what I see and what I prefer to say is actually valuable and worth something. It means nothing. Yet they know about the fact that there's a tax often if you want to buy something that is sentimental to someone. Look how idiotic a person is when they say that. They know damn well. They know that, but they put it out of their minds. That's their way of remembering while they go through their personality right in front of you. Not have it pop in and stop them. They have to remind themselves intentionally to change the subconscious, helping you remain as you are. You have to wrangle yourself. Make the effort, always. Like I do. All the time. And you don't do shit. You stay along and you keep doing your thing. And you'll go, nah, I don't know anything about that guy, but no, he's not doing anything. He's malingering. I know he's told me about all these different medications, and then he brought receipts for that. Let alone all these other ones that he couldn't really get. It's like, they might not even practice, let alone keep it for that long, let alone even be there still. Look at all those people in the medical field trying to think that their patients are just lying to them. It's like, you didn't take that medication that long ago. I'm sure you're just misremembering. You didn't do that. That didn't happen. That's not really. How many of them? You're not really that fucking disabled or depressed. You're not doing the coping skills that you learned while you were going through all of your treatment. You have to look like this only one stereotypical thing that I believe it looks like. I'm a person that matters more than you. You're not a narcissist somehow, huh? I don't like this guy trying to say in any way that we're all equal. No one's above another. Why? They say so simple, ego. Ego is not what that is. Ego is not nearly accurate enough. It's a way for them to reconcile themselves not being something they wished and want to be, knowing they cannot head that way, not validate their own side, their own beliefs, their own actual self. Being something without needing to be that thing. Then they'll believe that they are something to be valid. That's the only way to be valid. that job, that thing, that whatever it is. Trained into them from really early on. Sisters, their brothers, teachers. Everybody believes this, though. That makes it true. No such thing as a false belief system of a bunch of people believing something true that is actually not. Do we call ourselves mass hysterics? Mass hypnotists? From propaganda? Huh? Do we? Do we fight them in courts for how it is they've damaged us? Clearly, especially after this amount of time knowing and continue to perpetuate it? Is that weird? Is that bad? I mean, we don't even want to fucking help people that got irradiated cleaning up nuclear fallout from tests. Some of you are not going to be on my side, but you'd be on that side. Ooh, yeah, but hey, I'm not a Republican. Yeah, neither am I, dumbass. What does that matter? You don't get it, do you? You don't seem to understand your assumptions are already something that show themselves off pretty hard. Like, he's an incel. No, I'm not even really trying. I'm not on any apps. I'm not doing anything. I'm just enjoying myself, and I don't really feel like trying that much. A lot of you are kind of weird. Oh, that must mean he's definitely an incel. Man, they think a lot about themselves, don't they? It's like, well, I mean, he's just clearly an incel, so I'm not even going to try. Approach that or something. Like, what the fuck is this? I was not looking towards you. What is this? I'm already above him, clearly. I'm the one. Again, not looking. What is this? Did you think we were gonna get together or something? What's going on in that brain in your head there? What is this? Are you sure you're not the narcissist, bro? I mean, incel culture perpetuates itself. They're so weird. I'm sure all the ones that are weird, whatever that is. I mean, what's common to weird? A lot of different things that I could probably point out about anyone that's quote unquote normal and call them weird for. Their beliefs or anything like that. It doesn't seem to be that wrong. There's about half of them, apparently, on one whole side. Okay, look, man. Yeah, okay, look, what? I'm not even going to argue for them. I don't feel like that. I'm not on their side. I don't think like that. I don't believe that. It's just not my thing. But at the same time, it's like, what is this? You're literally looking at someone, automatically making the assumption, and then going, no. But it's like, you weren't looking anyway, so then why is it that you're already believing that you're above someone? It's like you're just going about your regular everyday life. See what I mean? Shouldn't even be crossing your mind. So you're already placing a massive importance, way bigger of an importance on this than you're saying out loud to others, or even to yourself. I go throughout my day, I don't even think about it. Like, literally, I don't. And every so often, I'm like, Apparently not you. Apparently you have to project all of your feelings. That's what that is. You know anything about therapy? It's called projection. My thoughts and feelings about this person that I happen to not like, I project onto you because you are similar to me, and then I automatically act the same. See, a lot of racism and discrimination starts off that way, and they think it's justified. It's like that existential part. Right? You couldn't possibly think that it must have happened. That you've never. They don't understand that we're different. We're separate. It's us versus them. You sure about that? Seems kind of odd. It's like you want to definitely make it much easier for you to justify and rationalize going after someone. Because that's what that line of thinking is. Did you do a lot of work? Did you really think about it? Are you putting so much importance on this one little part of your life? You've got all these others to lead and do. Look how much you're distracting yourself from a fucking terrible election cycle at this point. This is crazy, right? Look how much you need to watch every drama going on online. Every story you need to watch, I guess. What is it? Hulu, Amazon, Netflix? You're planning on some good thing with your friend or something like a concert in the future, perhaps. These are distractions often. Something you have no real control over and it's terrifying. But hey, you need cope. You also want to just enjoy yourself. What's the fucking big deal? It's like when you know the difference. When you are keeping up to date on that, and then you're making sure to take your time off, you should know the difference. You should really not get involved into something that you don't know shit about and act like you do. All you're going to do is upset a bunch of people, like myself. You know that about your own job. You wouldn't go jump into one of these positions and expect to do well. So why are you doing it now? Why do you assume that I'm not the one that knows? Right? This is doctor shit. This is just existential stuff. Man, you need to get into a fucking doctorate. Philosophy, major existentialism. Be able to be something that can talk about that. Never been a real person that just notices people doing things and doing things like them. Never. Not even a little. No experience at all in life. I just popped up 32 yesterday, That's all that was. It was just, I'm here. Huh? How fucking stupid you look and sound. I'm just telling it to you. Because it's like, yeah, you do. You do look that way. You're right. Acknowledge that. Try and use that. Try and get better. What are you doing? What is this with you? It's not every one of you. Of course, I'm going after specific people that might listen to this and ultimately speaking think that way. That's how that works. You know what I mean? I'm leading, right? It's called leading a crowd, right? But that's pretty simple stuff. I do it all the time, actually. And some of you really need that conversation. Some of you really do. Some of you are already going to go, no, and you, and this is me. It's like, you lost it already. You already got the defensive. You already have it. You're already on that path of defending something that doesn't matter at all, dude. If it's not you, then you don't have to defend yourself. See that little trick? A little tappy tap. See that little trick you did to yourself to make yourself feel better? You don't have to defend shit. Why do you think this is about you? Who ultimately started talking to you, manipulating you, and getting you to believe that that's how you are? Was it a family member? A friend? A boss, perhaps? Is it just a lot of weird, different series of events in your life? That's what they deal with in therapy when you get a good one. Not a shit one, a good one, actually. They help you understand that part. And I did. I had one really pretty darn good one. I saw for a little over 6 years or close to 6 years, something like that. To a point, you realize that he couldn't talk to me because I kept trying to defend my mother. I ended up in my first inpatient. There's no amount of medication I could have tried. There's no amount of more therapy that would have worked out. I went into an outpatient group therapy, got a little certificate. I read one of them, yeah, you already know all this and you obviously don't want to be here. This is clearly for your parents. You clearly already know. What the fuck is the point? Like, then you go off to another therapist that says basically the same thing. And oh, wouldn't you know it, later on, same fucking thing. You're too smart for therapy. You already know this. What can I do to even help you? Same thing, different fucking day later. It's like, fuck, I wanted help. If there's really nothing more I can do, then I'm fucked. It's so insanely harmful to that part. It's like there's nothing more. It's like I'm a cancer patient. You know what I mean? It's it. You're dying. Give you some stuff to make you feel better. That's about it. Fucking great. Super. Awesome. Yeah, a little laugh, a little chortle, but it is what it is. It is like that. It's literally what my life has been. You know, I did it when I was a kid, I did it when I was a teenager, I did it then when I was a young adult. There was not really much there that was going to happen to make it better, but in the beginning you really think there might be something, you know? Every time you do. You start off, you got the hope, fucking 5 years later, there's not a thing. Tried every fucking damn drug they can give you. Every therapy over and over and over again. People have the audacity to like, you're lying. Your own lawyer goes, well, you should have known in this fucking 3,000 page document that I didn't even look at. I mean, it's 3,000 pages. That, you know, she said that. Thanks, lawyer. Call you fucking tremendous numbers of times to even get anything. Let alone fucking judge over here goes, I don't really believe that this is totally the case that he's malingering. There's even a question mark on this. Your lawyer fucking goes and brings that shit up. Apparently saying you have to go to your job of going to appointments in the morning when you have to call 911 because like you've been awake for too damn long and you're fucking worried something happened. You got the fucking heartbeat and all that. Oh my god, if I fucking go to bed, I'll die. Just trying to get fucking help. You know, eat some grapefruit apparently. Jesus, fuck off. Don't ever do grapefruit. Although it's a really tasty fruit. You know, it's like you honestly have the chance. It's really not like a bad fruit, but if you're on medications, like just in general, just don't. But to also be very candid, I've been on medications most of my life, and so I never had grapefruit. I was just curious. Like literally, that's the whole fucking gist of the story. I was like, what the fuck does it taste like? I'm 32, I've never eaten this. I've literally never, and if I have, I don't remember when. what it fucking tastes like. What the fuck is this actually? You know, look it up online. The first kind of stuff says, it's not that bad. You know, like, barely anything happens to your medication, right? And you dig deeper, it turns out, nope. Of course, that's later, after like a fucking full too damn long away, right? Fucking, I could die. I'm actually not young again. My heart has suffered shit. My body is old. I've taken hits, man. It's no longer like it was before. People be fucking dying when they're in their teenage lifetime. Oh god, I'm gonna, trying to do the calm down. I'm gonna take a shower. I'm just gonna fucking chill the fuck out. You know what I mean? Turns out, you know what they wrote though on that little report? To go to his job. Yeah, go to his job. That's what the ER said. Not, for his appointments in the morning, it seems like his only job. Just whole thing, right? A little existential thing, but also like, that's my life, I guess. Dumbass. Shitty reporting. Because apparently, they thought I had done something else. That's why they sent someone, right? That's what the 911 thing. Except if you listen to that, you go, oh yeah, that's not what he said. Not even a little. Right? That apparently caused good old judge over here to go, yeah, no, well, you were lying about this past 5 years. Going to multiple mental health hospital inpatient stays, court-ordered treatment, homeless, living out of a tent in another state. Because of your issues. Mostly brought on, apparently, by a large amount of your fucking abusive family. That you still have to rely on. So that way you get your basics done. How much drugs? There's all the drugs. You were doing drugs. I was drinking every so often. Yeah, and I was candid about telling you that. It seemed like the right thing to do. Well, okay, but you went to the ER for this. That's the right thing. I'm supposed to do that, right? Well, apparently it counts against you. Shouldn't tell him shit. You're a malingerer now. If you tell them anything. You're a malingerer if you don't tell them anything. So you didn't tell me anything at all. Doing so many drugs back the last time you applied before this point. Yeah, you mean the woman judge, yeah. It's like, no, I think that's the only reason why you have all of your issues. Every issue you have. All of it. You're just drinking up a fucking storm. Mm-hmm. Any alcohol use or anything before that? Not really. No. Of course, I'm also a weird guy that's like, I'm also 6'4" and I have a huge tolerance without even drinking, like for a very long period of time. And then there's like that fucking moment of a line that just, right, sucks ass. I don't even like getting drunk. But you know what the real problem was? Like, hey, you're using cannabis. That's a drug. It's not a medicinal purpose thing at all for you. You haven't tried all these other medications. You didn't do any of that. It's the only thing making it so you don't try and kill yourself. Even your doctor knows that. But no, you're doing all the drugs. Okay, whatever. Sure, I'm doing all the drugs. Like, you know what? They would say I should go to a fucking hospital with what I'm feeling like right now. So I'm gonna do that. Apparently that's not a good thing. You shouldn't recognize your issues. You shouldn't go to a hospital and try and go on an inpatient. It's not what you should do, apparently. You should just let it bottle up and explode, like it happened to have it last time I went. Ended up getting involved with the police. Scared some people. I grabbed at a couple of people, thinking the whole world was going to end. Didn't have my hearing aids on. Dude didn't realize I didn't know fucking at all what was going on. Said he should tase me. Like, I'm just keeping my arms relaxed. You do whatever you need to do to remove them, whatever. I have no idea what's going on, even if this is real at this point. Apparently, that's not enough. They're like, I'm gonna still charge you, even though I sent you to the hospital involuntarily, and an inpatient involuntarily. That means all of a sudden you should be charged some more. What the fuck? People are like, there was a knife or something. Nope. Didn't have my shirt on. The only reason why I remember that is because I have a bunch of little tiny scars from the road burning my fucking stomach. A whole bunch of little fucking scabs started falling off. Gave me some ointment and lotion to try and help with that. Got my height wrong, my eye color wrong, my fucking hair color wrong. Got my weight wrong. Got my fucking... Like, practically everything except for what was already included in my file history was wrong. Had that fucking goddamn ER they sent me to. They're like, well, I guess we won't charge you again because you're on quarter treatment. So I'm getting told by my lawyer, Hamblin, right? Oh, well, they can't do that. That'd be a double fucking jeopardy, whatever the thing it is that he says. They couldn't charge me to begin with. What the fuck is this? How does this work? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Point is, I'm homeless again. An admission. Right? Like, were they going to send me to court? Like, oh, you need to do this court while you're still in the hospital. How? How? That you are required, and if you don't show up, okay, there's a video thing, right? With the no, it's in person if you don't. I'm like, I'm in a fucking mission. They're calling me. I'm like trying to fucking get this done over the phone. You know, like, yeah, like one of those Christian things. Yeah, the mission. Yeah. That's the only homeless shelter they have around. They fucking get free labor, all this other shit from the fucking people that are there. Like, man, every time you go to a place like that, it's always depressing. It's not like it wasn't depressing when I was like full on super homeless. Which, like, there isn't any real tiers of homelessness, man. They're all homeless. But, like, man, you living out of a tent, getting your shit stolen and more, it's a lot worse in a lot of different ways. And then, like, then you think, you know, it's not just meals and whatnot. Because the fact of the matter is, yeah, that's nice, honestly. But it's not like you don't really try and figure things out as well as you can. Yeah. But that was the thing. It's like people just assumed I was on all the drugs. It's like, no, I just don't have a place to stay. I don't even have money. I'm not even panhandling. I have nothing. I'm just going to some place that's giving us some, you know, snacks every so often, charge my phone. Try my best to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do from this point forward. People really just believe they're always on drugs. And don't get me wrong, I saw that a lot. It's like, it's not really always like that. Trust me, it wouldn't matter for what it's worth. Hey, they're already getting rid of the person. You know what I mean? It's like, that's a fact. That's what they do. It's like the person is not there. They made this choice, this is the whole thing, all this other stuff. They don't care. They never will. This is not them. They don't have that issue. I'm already a part of this thing. I'm very important. I'm better than you. I know more. I mean, that one sucks. It's like, as a patient that's gone through this for well over 20 years here, because I started before I was 10, with my parents sending me to doctors. It's like, well over. I know way more about this than you, the person living through it. You're just lying. That's me. You know it all. Better than others. Hey, could you tell us all the secrets to things, man? I sure would like to know. I'd like to be able to figure out how to have all my shit immortal, fashion light travel stuff. You know, have everything good to go, nobody fights anymore. Yeah, they shut up pretty fast, it seems like. Yeah. Yeah. Just kill them all. That's the easy. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a thing. A little weird part exists. We have no one that we care about except ourselves, is what they say, except it's not really true. And so, man, he's not the one, you know what I mean? Hey, like, he's the one perpetuating it. But no, he's not. That's what that said. That's what that is. See what I mean? Already. But they are not, obviously. You know, or they are, obviously. See the argument already? Completely deflecting from the real truth of what that is. You guys assume something, and then it leads to that being what is thought, felt, and believed. It's a standard deflection. Living in one world while saying another. More fantasy than reality, more often than not. These are the ones that'll give you drugs. You know what I mean? It's such an odd thing. Like they don't already also, they themselves kind of understand that they're fucking doing that already. When a patient comes around and says that, right, they don't like it. Ever. I've never had them like it. Ever. Not once. It's always been used against me. Like you're lying, know this, blah blah, so on. It's like, I just need some things explained. I'm gonna look this up for what it's worth. I'm not that kind of patient anymore. I don't just blindly follow you. Because I've had too many instances like that have gotten me into a point where things have gotten way worse. Doctors are not in any way infallible. Basically, no one is. There's a lot of treatment out there that could maybe be something, but it's not covered by insurance. I'm on an off-label use of sildenafil, although I also have the on-label use, but still, it helps. Good luck fucking 10 years down the road, right? That they finally get like all the necessary paperwork, studies, and so on, and they finally can prescribe it for that. There's so many different versions of medications like that. It's like SSRIs, SNRIs, tricyclics, tetracyclics, mood stabilizers, atypical, regular, first, second, third generation antipsychotics. Ones that increase dopamine to ones that take it away. And injections, because I don't believe in any way they're taking it. Yeah, all of those and then some. Do 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 do. Been through multiple times. Do 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 do. Man, they hate it when I say that. Well, you won't allow for me. It's like I've been on fucking non-stimulant medication, right, for my ADHD. It's like, man, it does the opposite. It makes me more enraged, quite a bit more tired, less focused, less actually attentive, which, like, you know, fucking why the hell is that a thing? More depressed. Generally speaking, I have a higher likelihood of higher anxiety that starts having different ruminating, paranoid-like thoughts. It's been like 3 different times I've done that. Like I'm over this. I'm gone. See ya. Yeah, no, if this is working, I'm done. That works right now. That's not working in the slightest. Antipsychotics make me more psychotic. Fuck that. For real. Like, what? If I take an antipsychotic, I become more likely to have psychosis. What the shit is this? Oh, well, you're atypical, paradoxical, responding. Yeah, no, finally got that one. And that probably helps with the treatment resistant, you know. I got diagnosed with two in the past several times. That's great. And then, oh, by the way, you have fast metabolism. Oh, great. That means you need more. Yeah, fuck off. This is the 4 whammies of bullshit. The fucking 4 fuck yous of the goddamn medical world. God. Might as well, I don't believe anything about whatever it is that you say in your medicine that you've taken and the things that you're experiencing, especially with you had borderline or you're schizoaffective or you're fucking, bipolar or any of the different fucking ones that got diagnosed, let alone PTSD, complex PTSD, let alone the fucking major anxiety, major depressive disorder that you were diagnosed with too. It's like, I can believe the major depressive disorder and the fucking anxiety and the PTSD. I can even believe maybe some of those things with the psychosis, although that really depends. It's like, what is it, a PTSD moment? You know what I mean? There's stress, there's abuse from the family, all rears its ugly head. Yeah, Dr. Abdallah wasn't willing to hear about that. Yeah, change point. Same thing with like you do realize that not every patient gets help from antipsychotics. They didn't like that one. I look up the sildenafil thing, right? You know, that oxytocin reuptake inhibitor, which it's like they don't really exist. Turns out, really thought they might. That sucks, honestly. You know, you'd think with like all the different fucking ones they've got, but whatever. But hey, sildenafil increases oxytocin. Some rat studies here, and some human studies, they seem to decrease psychosis-like episodes and symptoms. That could be an MDMA too, because it's an agonist. It seems to do something with that. Or the oxytocin, or a couple of those things, working together along with the reduction of blood pressure, so less adrenaline, maybe less spikes of certain bad inflammational dopamine area in the brain. I don't fucking know. And they don't either. There's not a doctor in their fucking right mind that could say they do. But you know what he tells me? I still remember this. I looked it up. They didn't. It's not a thing. Oh. I still have the study on my phone, bookmarked. So it's like, you're wrong. Older fucking doesn't do the work anymore, Dr. Abdallah. That's the problem. Yeah, I realize there's those that are pretty set, stuck, biased, all that, and they're fucking old for what it's worth, and they're not changing. They're not going to really do anymore. Like they're good at what they're prescribing, and they don't do anything. They don't keep up to date with any of the extra studies or any of the other stuff that's coming out that shows off these things are a thing, right? That doesn't mean that they're approved, right? That's a fact, but it doesn't change that that's a thing. It's a whole different ballgame to get something approved and like fucking sold for that. It's way more difficult. It's like, oh, that's all you hear from those losers. That's what they are. I'm gonna call them that because they want to treat everything in life like a game. I'm better. It's a competition. I'm more than you. Right? Because that's what they say. They say, it's not proved. It's a thing, a patient, or like this guy. Look, doc, I'm on your side. They're not, obviously, right? Yeah. What's up, patient? So you're right about that. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah. Good luck trying to get any of that guy. No kidding, yeah. Hey, test serotonin, dopamine, fucking norepinephrine, which almost all of them are norepinephrine for the non-stimulant, right? ADHD, ADD medications. They're all almost always some serotonin, mostly norepinephrine. Apparently, don't fuck with my norepinephrine because like that's the bad thing. I was on Cymbalta, I was on Effexor, I was on all these other like anhedonia, more depression, more anxiety, more suicidality. Fucking antidepressant or like more depression. Anxiety, more anxiety. Fucking paradoxical reactions. Hey, you see it all the time in ADHD people. Atypical ones at that too. Which that one's fucking wonderful. Like what the fuck? Fuck you. I'm gonna go through it again. You're gonna have to go through another fucking round of this bullshit again. I don't believe the patient's done all that. He's 32, he can possibly have been doing all the meds that he could possibly try. It suddenly will change now that he's an adult. Did it again as an adult. Been there, done that. Super. Reminds me of this episode of ER. I think his name was John too, right? There's a little person comes in. He says, "You need to shock my heart." I don't know what the fuck the actual real thing is, or if it is a thing that they do. But it's got this little weird, tachykard, whatever it was. But it's like, no, we have to test multiple different voltage and all that. We have to work our way up to the actual one that does actually work. They torture the guy, fucking, until they finally do the one that he says that he knows works. Oh, wouldn't you know it? It went back to the right fucking actual heart rhythm and everything. Yeah, crazy. Wow. And like, this is what it feels like for me. Say, oh, I'm gonna go through all these medications again. Again. Oh my. By the way, my fucking insurance. Oh no, I don't believe you. You don't need that medication, even though you went through this one, this one, this one, this one, and I don't have that. Even though we're all part of the Access network, I don't have that particular medication. Fuck off. Let alone like when I was in my, on my parents' insurance, right, and on those meds back in the day, or the mental health hospital inpatients when I was still in elementary school, or any of the other fucking doctors I saw that were fucking old and are probably dead by this fucking point. To be fair, 70s, 80s, 90s. Oh yeah, they're still around. They still have those records. They didn't just get lost. Sure. I don't remember them saying that they put you on that, says parents. I have this stack of paperwork that is perfect. Sure. So fucking stupid after a while. And it's like those motherfuckers might have that moment in their life where they suddenly realize they're a part of that thing, but they ain't different to me. They ain't. Too many of them all act the same damn way. All seem to agree and think so similarly. Immediately don't want to even try and look at some of that. They start forming their cliques the moment there's a person like me that comes around, or any fucking patient. What do you think about that one? How much are they fucking thinking about this? Do you think it's going like that? Because it's an it all of a sudden, right? It's an it. It's a person on the other side of a screen, a person on the other side of some plasticky mirror glass shit, inside of an inpatient. They're the ones inside of the bubble that you get to watch and observe. It's one behind the camera as you get to see through the screen. Embarrassing as it is for us to go through it. But hey, we were right. They are thinking like that. And then, oh my God, a nurse, a doctor happened to ask for help. They said they have this issue. Wow, all of a sudden they're mistrusted by so many people that they used to be trusted by. It's like a lawyer that needs help from a lawyer. You know what I mean? Like, oh man, holy shit, wow. Except it's a little better, I feel, for them. Because for what it's worth, depending on the context, that tends to be just fine for them. They go through it, I'm sure, so often that it wouldn't really matter. You know? Oh, you got another malpractice, huh? Jeez, that's fucking depressing. What are we, like the fucking rapist, wife beating, whatever, fucking cops or some shit that just get passed around between precincts? Just can't find enough. Can't find enough people. I'm like, well, you can find more than enough people doesn't mean that you should hire them. Eh. It's almost like being in a rural place for doctors and nurses isn't necessarily going to give you the best people to treat you. Because it's hard. It's hard to find people. It's almost like that little existential part. There's always kind of a thing. Affecting you all far more than you probably know. That bias, negativity, ruminating thoughts, your own paranoia, your own patience. The exclusion, you're away from us. You're not a part of us. And you're new. You didn't grow up in this town. You just showed up. Right? Must be easier when it's in a city. You don't see them. It's a revolving door, right? So big, you rarely ever see any of them. That's what it is. It's gotta be so hard to deal with such a weird cultural, societal, fucking just different all around kind of thing. It tends to make people immediately, yeah, right? You go into a city, you don't like it, and it's like, yeah, no, I'm comfortable with anywhere, truthfully. Yeah, I was never really that guy. But to be fair, I'm also ADHD, which lends itself pretty well to that. I also never really had friends. That was another problem myself, you know? As weird as that sounds, it's like, no, I mean, I had, friendships for a little bit. But, like, I always had shit in my life, and truthfully, people tend to stay away. And honestly, I pushed people away, especially when I knew that my family life was utter garbage and more. Because I don't need to put myself onto you to, make your life worse. So I know that. And that's what my fucking family fucking always says. It's like, hey, wouldn't you know? I was the normal one, the well-adjusted one. They just look like they're normal and well-adjusted. Happens so damn often. And it took me until it was later, you know, going through things, to have that said, and it stuck. You know, a genuine thing professionals see pretty often. It's not ubiquitous across the board, but it's like, they get to know me and I start treating them like a normal person. Which apparently that bothers people. It's like, we don't have anything like that. It's like, I'm gonna fucking see you most likely for years. I'm gonna be a regular. You're probably the only friend I've got. Why you gotta treat this differently? It's like, I don't mind the professionalism or whatever. You're a normal person. So am I. I still do the whole same thing, the rigmarole, theatrics of professionalism, how we're supposed to do one thing or another. But I still treat you like a person, because you are one. You're not doctor, the person. You're a person who is a doctor. You know what I mean? I'm saying it's really hard for me to trust people. Always. But that's from learned experience. Nothing suggests I should ever do it. I've been burnt so many fucking times I can't even begin to tell you. Anyone that I'm supposed to apparently trust outright, authority figures and more. You know? It's not just family. I mean, and here I am going, yeah, most of you are like this. And that's not even getting into like my only anecdotal, right? Like I get to hear that all from like a bunch of other patients. I get to watch others I don't really know and interact with go through and do the same damn fucking thing. You know, therapy teaches you that it's like we're all kind of the same. We're all going through some shit, right? It's supposed to help us feel better because we're not alone in our suffering, right? Just like any other religion. They'll try and sell you that first before they suck you into these other things. But it's like, yeah, sure, yeah, you know, yeah. What if I phrased it to a therapist like that, though? Like this whole fucking over 2 hour long thing. You know, what if I gave it to them the way that they ultimately didn't like? They couldn't just like pussyfoot around and try and be like statistic or bullshit like that. You know, that one? That one that tends to hurt doctors. Because they need to be able to sell you on this hopeful idea that's just not there. Some of this got more than enough experience, and there's nothing you could say. Something that they say to themselves every day in the mirror, most likely, or internal, to get themselves through shit. You know? And suddenly, is no longer something that works, the coping skill. The perspective, the any of it. It just doesn't work. It doesn't go over well, I'll tell you. They don't seem to like it. Had a couple through this very clinic, did that too, and eventually just went, yeah, fuck it. Just go back to like the theatrical bullshit again. You know, the back and forth would take like 5-10 sessions to get somewhere eventually. Instead of just telling him, hey, this, and I do this, and I think this, and this is how I feel, and also this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and that, this, that, which is all going on with that. That there's nothing I can do with this, and this is a thing I can't do, and it's like, it's only been 30 minutes of what you got for me. You know what I mean? I don't want to put in the effort anymore of trying to bullshit. Like I'm not already doing that. Like I haven't already tried. Like this isn't a thing I'm already going and doing. You know, what happens when you boom right in the fucking start? But it doesn't go over well. I gotta tell you, it doesn't. It doesn't seem to go over well with therapists, or psychiatrists for that matter. You really apparently just don't like that. Which, like, I can laugh and chuckle a little bit about it, but it's actually pretty shitty. Like, it really is. It's brutal. Because it's like, alright, so I'm now seeing a patient that, well, I already went through everything I'm going to try for the next, like, 5 years, probably. Nothing I can do. Not a thing. Anyway, I'm already aware that I'm going to have to try and bullshit my way through arguments with a massive bureaucratic insurance garbage fest. Tons and tons of different paperworks. Appeal after appeal. Track down any of these fucking things, which is impossible, and they're asking for it. And they know that. And that means immediately you say, fucking lot more work as a patient, just outright, all the way through. Because so much energy, so much energy. I'm already tired, barely handle this. You know what I mean? Immediately I don't like him. It's him that I don't like, not any of the rest of it. That I can't do anything, just like he says. Just like he says he can't do any of that, but it's the same here, I can't do anything. With that, there's nothing I've got. I can't change this. I'm fucked. I resent you. Thanks. Coming out in your voice and the way it is that you say things. I'm not picking up on that at all. Every fucking second. Every second. I don't fucking think that you're, you know, lying. I'm asking my doctor, hey, do you think I'm lying? Great. Super. Turns out, yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Maybe they wouldn't have thought that. You know what I mean? Right? Isn't that weird? Yeah, a judge over here is like, no, I thought all of this should be thrown out. All your past history. Everything that seems to suggest in no way that fucking 2 times they were questioning whether or not you were telling the truth. Knowing full well you've gone through all these different oscillatory stages and done all that. But it was the best act in the world he was doing. Fucking years. It's easier to game other systems, but he took the challenge of going through and doing this versus something else. That's what I think. That's me, the judge here. And the fucking goddamn psychiatrist, apparently. Tried to get another lawyer in between, like, my actual court case because I couldn't get a hold of anyone. They wouldn't do it. Maybe some fucking thing where they're like, no, because you already have a lawyer and you already have a court case. No. We barely get any money from you, and also, like, that's like stepping on their toes. Great. Super. They barely did anything. I did all the fucking things, practically. I mean, they filed some shit. They get so much money for that. You know what I mean? That's it. They did practically nothing. They didn't even want to talk about any of the shit for my case. Go over any of the things that are in my file. Oh, 3,000, you're supposed to do that. Yeah, we have a lot of clients. Oh, fuck off. That's your job. Why are you complaining about that? It's like, hey, maybe we can tackle that. Maybe we can talk to them, fucking make sure that we got that understood as to what that is, for like your ER visit and, any and all these other things. Really make sure, I fucking call them out for that. I don't want to be a lawyer anymore. Like, quite literally. Right? She ends up saying, at least I didn't lie to you, you're fucking psychiatrist. Not actually how she said it. But, like, she said, yeah, verbatim would be, at least I wasn't lying to my psychiatrist. I wasn't lying to her either. I told her about my symptoms. Now all of a sudden, you know what's on there, though? Like, I think you might be lying because you looked up your diagnosis online. Some of this runs in the family. I'm like, I want to know what the fuck might be happening. You know what I mean? If there's something going on, maybe I should look at that, right? You're suddenly lying. You've been planning and plotting for over a decade. Yeah, that one time you looked it up back when you were a kid, too. That's how far back this really goes. Fucking Dr. Lisa Green. I don't remember the judge's name. Point is, it's like, you're the one digging your own hole. Oh, shut up. You're a piece of shit person. You literally showed off that you knew that you fucking threw out a whole bunch of shit. Because you're like, talk to your lawyer. It's pretty obvious that, like, this is probably fairly real. And you really should probably file another way at another time. So get fucking what now? Another claim done? Fucking what? I think I have to go be homeless? Is what that would be, because apparently I'm lingering, right? Otherwise known as I was homeless and had no other choice. But that counts for, like, nothing, because I could have just done something. I was lazy. It would have been so easy. Oh, yeah. Fucking guy over here. Same thing with the last fucking judge before that, dude. It's like, you're on all the drugs. That's all the problems are caused by the drugs. Nope. Definitely didn't stop. That's years later, too. Previous judge. Looks like you were absolutely incorrect in all ways, otherwise known as wrong. No, but it was a petty. I was just fucking acting, clear sarcasm here. All the way through this. I didn't try every fucking thing under the sun to get my shit to work. Nah. It's not going to eventually be like, oh, genuinely you have to recognize and stop biasing yourself against it, judge, medication, and treatment. Oh, wait, I thought I already was. Oh, shit. Just state-wise. Oh, just state-wise. I thought I was in the state I was applying. Shut up, okay? We're a federal. It's obviously different, us versus them. Clearly not the same. We only have so much. You could clearly do something. Oh. So you're not making sure to tax corporations and richer individuals and properly budget so that way you have SSI. Getting rid of pensions and retirement in a lot of different other ways. But that means you've got to be able to do something. Do you hear them? I'm saying the whole judicial branch over there, it seems like. Look at this fucking shit. They're like, we gotta fucking somehow reduce the load. What? Nobody wants to be a judge? Huh. And so many people are going to jail that it's like almost impossible for them to become someone once they're convicted. Ever? A judge? It's almost like it lends itself to this incestuous, only allowing for certain groups and individuals to get in and become one. Even if it's not intentional about it, Every one of them has differing opinions. Law is clear, black and white. Law is interpretable. Blah, 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 blah. Let alone the lawyers. I'm actually calling Social Security going like, I don't think my lawyers are good. Can I get anyone other? I'm going to send you something in the mail. Never comes. If you look up online this, look it up. They're not going to fucking represent me at all. No one's fucking doing it. Like, that is an outdated piece of shit then. That is bad shit. I spent over an hour and a half on hold trying to get a hold of anyone to just have like a fucking ride to one of my appointments because I have chronic migraines. Apparently, doctor says, no, yes, half of, a month you have migraines. It's not the 28 out of 30 that you said. It's like, well, fucking what? I'm the one experiencing them. Who says? You? Just because you don't want that? It's not apparently on the files. And that's gonna really fucking make it easy for you to just work a job. Try and go to them tomorrow. That's what this was all about. Tell them, hey, you know that medication, the one I haven't tried yet, the peptide? Yeah, it's not working. It somewhat worked when I took 200 milligrams of like the actual like instant release tablet stuff, but that injection does jack shit. And I'm taking it right. It's automatic, whole thing. Yeah. Nope, not helping at all. But hey, when I do actually need to take the fast-acting relief, it does work a little. I'm only supposed to take like 50 or 100 or something like that. I think I took 100, yeah, not 200. But hey, that shit's super expensive. That's $5,000. For like a little fucking 10. I forget how many. I don't remember. Right? But it's like, no. I mean, it worked for that type of migraine. The rest of the other migraine did not do any change at all with that medication because I had atypical and regular standard severe painful ones. So atypical can present themselves with physical sensations, smell changes, sight changes, hearing changes. You end up having chest pains, visual disturbances, right? If you ever see light reflected off a pool onto a wall, like that's a thing that can happen, right? There's vertigo, dizziness, mood swings, nausea, and more. Atypical migraines cover the whole gamut of effectively any number of different psychoses. Let alone I've got psoriasis I'm trying to treat. So far, not working. Otezla down, gave me folliculitis, and apparently started activating various different fucking possible infections or whatever on my body. Maybe. I mean, folliculitis for sure thing, but I'll have to check that. But point is, not the folliculitis, I got that checked. That's for sure what that was. The fucking things they gave me. Nope, didn't even help. Still taking the coal tar, fucking shampoo. They gave me this little fucking anti-inflammatory steroidal thing to put on my head. Not the little, not that much though. It still actually got worse. I just stopped. I'm supposed to see them next week, and I'm like, nah, I'm not taking my Otezla anymore. Fuck that. But it got worse, and I was living here all the time. It's just like, fuck this bullshit. Not to mention, it didn't help with my psoriasis in the slightest. No plaques went down. No help for my arthritis that I have. Nothing. Nothing got better. I was like, oh, well, I'll put this ointment, see if that'll finally work that they gave me a while back. It actually worked briefly a little when I was on the Otezla. And then it would just come right back regardless of how often I would put it back on myself. So I just gave up with that too. It's just like, fuck this body. Before that, Humira. Yeah, go fuck yourself, Humira. Says body. Take a little bit of a time to it, Oh, I think I might get a little better. Just start getting worse and worse and worse. Like, that's fine. That's great. Meanwhile, I'm always used to just like dealing with tons and tons of pain. Every day. I have never-ending amounts of pain. Seems like I'm just not gonna take pills for it because like that's a choice I made. I always have a headache. Always have back pain. Always have joint pain. Always nauseous. I'm always dealing with something. All day. Every day. It's just like, it's not worth it. Like, being on opioids, which is what they would have prescribed me back in the past. Like my uncle on my mom's side died because of heroin, eventually. Got AIDS. He died from that. It's like, nah, I'm good. I ain't never gonna touch that. I know what my mom's like when she doesn't have her cigarette. Nah, I'm good. I ain't ever gonna touch a cigarette. See, my dad and my mom fucking drink pretty much every damn night, seems like. I'm not gonna touch it. I'll dabble. Whatever. I ended up in a hospital stay. Right, like I went to ER because I hadn't had like as bad of a hangover as that ever in my life, so I just didn't think it was one. I ended up in the ER thinking like I was dying, right? And I drank the night before, and well, drank a lot of water. I felt fine by the time I went to bed, right? Fucking no, apparently not. I have to go to the ER. Holy shit, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck? Never really experienced hangovers. Like, seriously, never. That fucking shit rocked my ass, and I was like, oh god, oh, what the fuck's happening? The fuck is this? I got no transportation. Like, fuck this, I'm just gonna try and deal with dizzy fucking I'm a pass out sensation while I try and just sort of glide down with my fucking bike to the ER. Like, so the fucking, oh, that guy was close. Cars in the bike lane. Jesus Christ. It's fine. I'm okay. I'm not okay. I mean, up there, apparently that's on the record. You're going for all these fucking alcohol and drug related. I literally didn't even touch a single drop after that point. I was like, whatever the fuck this shit is, it's down the drain and never again. God. I don't care. I literally don't care about this. It never made me feel better. It never made me anything. The fuck am I doing this for? The hell is this? I'm out. Never touched it. Never even looked its way. I was like, fuck alcohol, basically. Never really understood why people liked it so much, too. It doesn't seem to do the same thing for me. No, don't get me wrong. Some people love stuff, and that's fine. I'm not going to get everything that everybody loves. That's just what that is. But hey, it's just not my thing. But that's fine. You know, touch mushrooms, right? It's like, man, that's what I actually made it so I didn't want to kill myself, and I got better. And I tried getting myself a fucking, like, housing situation going when I was homeless in Massachusetts, in Pittsfield. Yeah, that's what I spend my drugs on. Magic mushrooms. Otherwise known as drugs that are not drugs. Currency is a drug to a lot of people. They spend a lot of time chasing after it. They never stop, even when they have more than enough. But it's like, hey, you know how I got that? I spent money, and I had a little bit left over on food. I asked my parents to beg them. They haven't eaten anything, like a solid meal in like 4 days or some shit. I'm gonna go to Subway. I'm gonna eat like a fucking goddamn king. I'm gonna have a foot long. If I get 3 of it, fuck you. I'm gonna eat a fucking foot. I'm gonna eat fucking goddamn food for once. Not some Rice Krispie bullshit. Which I haven't even had for a while. Saying anything was looking appetizing at that point, right? Begging him for some food. You know, fucking bought that. Sat down and felt like a normal person for a little bit. Eating my fucking sandwich. That was nice. So after a while, a little bit of that saved up. Got some magic mushrooms. You know, I was homeless for a while. You know, that's what it was. That's what made it so I didn't want to kill myself or any of the rest of it. Same thing with cannabis every so often. Not that I really got to have a lot. It really wasn't my thing. I didn't have money to begin with. I wasn't really looking to try and become that guy that knows everybody. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I'm just trying not to kill myself. I'm trying to make my situation better. As there's nothing that really, honestly, other than myself, that needs to fucking do something. There's no money that's gonna suddenly make that happen. That's not how that works. That money, oh man, it could have gone to something else. All this extra money, you would have had so much money. Blah, 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 blah. Look at the fucking idiots. Look at idiotic they are. They believe that. They're like that guy that was like, I have $1 million. I'm going to get rid of all of it. I'm going to work my ass off after I leave my job. You know, I basically didn't get there. I got cancer. I gave up. Had a whole bunch of opportunity. I was already not disabled. Just decided to go be homeless. I was going to be able to do it. This money would have been able to make that happen. Go fuck yourself, you loser. Since it's all about winning and losing with you guys and gals. Don't even get it. It's like, no, yeah, I don't, it's not, you could have, there's been, come on, something. Right? It's like, man, you know what my clinic experience was before that? Before I was homeless? I went through like 4 in the short span of, I think, a year. Barely managed to get housing. They kicked me out anyways. Complaints about me smoking marijuana. You're allowed to have it off the fucking goddamn premise, I guess you could say. Although, for what it's worth, it's like this is a step-down facility, which is in a, apartment complex, which there were more than enough people smoking for what it's worth too. And like they could test you. It's like you're allowed to have it in your system. Which, hey, I recorded that whole conversation. It's still in my like portable hard drive I had. I even let them know, hey, I'm recording this. They didn't test me. They just kicked me out. That's what that is. That's what the real truth of it is. It's like, but you know what? It was them being homeless inside of a car. At that point, I was doing all the work for maintenance and repair that wasn't in my name because I couldn't afford the fucking insurance or any of that. But hey, that's my parents, right? They always look good. You know what I mean? They always look good, but like, you don't know that it's like, man, why are you coming around here to just do your laundry and maybe talk to us? Thanks. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? I'm the one paying for the gas. You know what led me to being homeless? Having a job. Yeah, I was in a step-down facility. I don't want you around. You know, you clearly don't need to be in this step-down facility because you have a job now. Why don't you just find some other person at your job to somehow immediately live with? How the fuck does that work? You're not coming to enough meetings for this facility. You have to come to 3 a day. In my other one, I wasn't even doing that. Like, nobody did that. So it's pretty clear that it's like it's highly dependent on the people. You know what I mean? But it's like, alright, but you get money for every fucking meeting, don't you? Yeah, and so you get extra. Well, no, you shut up over there. Right. And it's like, alright. Well, I worked my ass off trying to get a fucking job. So at that point, I had realized it's like, uh-oh. I'm fucked. My entire life's in the shitter. There's nothing. I can do nothing. If I can't get somehow a job and work somehow up, I'm absolutely screwed. My life is over. That's how that really works in the real world. People treat you like shit even if you have a diagnosis, let alone if you don't. If you can't work your ass up, you're fucked. That's how this really works. I definitely can't get away from my family, which is definitely causing me more issues. Doctors, you can't see the good ones because you can't afford them. It gets worse from there. Well, I'm fucked. I was homeless. So, obviously that didn't work out. I was screaming in that car on the way to my job and on the way from it. Couldn't fucking deal with that. I was already trying to, stop myself from trying to kill myself and hurt myself. Just random. You know what? I'm just gonna fucking Start driving for like an hour in that direction. Just screw it. Fucking fuck it. I don't know what's over there. Time to find out, I guess. Anything. Anything to get me away from things. Like anything to distract. Anything. Because I can't be online. It's just too fucking much. It's obvious what that is. It's like, man, you didn't come to all these new meetings. Like, fucking, and in fact, maybe you'd be better. I'm already applying for the other fucking one. I'm waiting to get in like everyone else. Yeah, no, but you would definitely be better off somewhere else. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah. Not like I'm trying. Yeah. Or anything like that. It's a racket. End up hearing that from lawyers and other nurses and fucking people involved in insurance and more. It is a little bit. It's like, it's technically speaking housing, but not really. They don't classify it as housing. So you're homeless while you go through that. It's actually a program. You pay for fees to be there. It's meant to try and get you to become more independent, but in reality, they don't want you to. They never have enough people, it seems like, in rooms to begin with. So, like, if you're a person like me who would have really just been able to manage by, like, having an apartment by himself, that would have probably been better. But I kept trying to apply for anything. It's not like I can really afford any of it. Let alone, it's like this one spot that's very weird. Where it's like, wait. If I work too many hours, I lose my ability to even eat. Because, like, they take enough of your money. And then I have to still get, like, all the rest of this done. That I don't have enough money. So, like, and then I can't get treatment either. I lose my insurance. My insurance is the only thing that makes it so I have a housing situation going on technicality-wise. And I mean technicality-wise, because it's, by definition, the government and the insurance do not recognize it as housing. So, like, that's what that really is. I was homeless that entire time. I was in a temporary living place called a TLP. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is it called? What? Right, but no, it's literally that. It's a temporary living place. But you know what that really means? You have 30 days, and you're out on your ass. Figure it out. You're on your street. Wherever that is. So I managed to get into a step-down facility. Right? Barely. I didn't make it in the first 30 days. I had my clinic case manager leave, which is actually a good thing in this instance. Right? They gave me an extra 15 days. But, like, apparently the way they worded whatever it was that, you know, for the paperwork, was that they still thought I lived with my parents. Right? It's like, I don't have housing. I'm, like, fucking on the street right now, basically. Like, it's really just a matter of time. That's it. And everyone else there was doing the same thing. I saw so many people in that place come and go. You know, either I was there, right? And, like, all of a sudden they're leaving because their time's up. To I come in and they're more than happy. Like, they're telling me about how this person abused them like this. There's sexual shit involved, you know, stuff like that. And they're going right back to them because that's their only fucking shot. People that run that place, they know it. Some of them are, of course, unfortunately, very addicted to various substances, right? It's not like that's going to really help them. But that was fewer than you would think. Like, less than half of them. Well and truly below, I think a third of them were like that. Some of them are trying their ass off to get anywhere. Any kind of job. Anything. You know what I mean? And you don't, most likely. So you don't know what that really is like. It's like you have a conviction, oh, you don't have this type of thing, you don't have that. It's like, I don't even have any of that. Alright? And I'm already having issues. I look like a fairly clean-cut guy, you know, from his heart. Still hard. I ended up having to leave because I got a job. I took a bus ride for like an hour and a half to some motherfucking uh, mall to that to be able to get an interview, to be able to get a job possibly, right? I gave them my story and all that stuff. They hired me. I was there for about a month. And then they sent me essentially the entire opposite side. Like, you couldn't maybe get further except for like maybe a couple of other spots for this step down facility, right? It would have been an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that, just of driving through like rush hour traffic. So it's like, would have been much longer, 3, 4 hours, some shit like this. There's no fucking way. No. Because I had to leave the job. There's no way I can actually do it. It's too far away. There's not a thing I can do. But I don't get a choice. That's just the facts. No one gets a choice. Like, wherever you end up, you go. That's what that is. So they were there for like maybe 2, 3 months. And then they were like, oh, we're moving actually. By the time I got there. They're like, yeah, no, so we're actually moving to this other spot. But, you'll be here for a little bit until you got a spot. I'm now closer to my job. Go to a whole other side of the fucking goddamn valley here. I'm like, oh, great. Meanwhile, it's like, it's not that bad. It's better than where I was, for what it's worth. Where I was like a putrid, mold-infested kind of thing, and I'm not really even sure how it got to that point. And I'm trying to be nice about it, because it's like, it doesn't seem like they'd make this happen. But one of the fucking the toilets was just clogged up with like some just unbelievable amount of gunge. And no one was doing anything to even try and fix it, right? It makes sense for what it's worth because they're leaving. But it's like the guy that was there before actually got his own place, right? Barely fucking wanted to talk, which, hey, that happens. It's okay. But it's like, also, holy shit, this rug, this carpet, this fucking thing is unbelievably filthy. Like, hey, this is coming from a person with ADHD that is not the best in any way at cleaning up and keeping things clean at all times. And like, even for my ass, I'm like, it's bad. So it's like, I'm excited anywhere. Like, you know what I mean? Like, anywhere seems better, right? Well, it kind of was, kind of wasn't. Right, it was a better apartment for what it's worth, right? Definitely more clean, for sure. Definitely worth it. Oh yeah. Right. But hey, long and short of that story is bad roommate. I ended up having to file a police report threatening my ass. There's a whole escalation of multiple different things, and both sides kept eating my food when I told them not to. Like, for real. And it's a whole bunch of other shit there too, for what it's worth. But it doesn't really matter in the long end of that, because it's like, oh, then it's the final spot that I ended up at. I ended up finally getting a job. It's like, how the fuck can I fucking look for something when I don't know if I'm gonna be here, like, in the next fucking couple of months to whatever it is, right? Let alone, like, it's kind of almost in the middle of what is pretty difficult to try and get to some of those, like, easier kind of to get hired at places to a degree. So, right, like, it's like, okay, well, I just don't fucking, I don't trust this. Right, but I'm gonna try it. So I'm applying for every fucking thing I can on Indeed. Anything that says entry level, I fucking sent a fucking application. Got nowhere. Seriously, for like fucking months. Nowhere. It's not like my resume is unbelievable trash. But it's like, man, it's entry level. Like, come on. Right? Well, whatever. Ended up at my actual job, sure. So it's a pretty simple entry level thing. That took months to get to, but I ended up getting moved from that spot, which that whole roommate thing, they moved me to another spot. Apparently that spot was promised to someone else. the other spot that they were talking about maybe was apparently recently fumed for bed bugs because they had a big old infestation. And even the person that was like, maybe you can go there was like, yeah, I wouldn't take it. So I was like, okay, whatever. Right? Anyways, and if it's a much nicer apartment complex, I gotta admit. You know what I mean? A pretty nice place for what's worth. I'm as close as I can be to the original job I had at that fucking TLP. Like I could have gone there. Right? Fucking far faster. Would have been, oh man. Should have reapplied or something. But I wasn't even aware if I was going to be there for that long. Besides, I actually kind of did. You know, somewhat tried, but like I didn't get anywhere. They weren't really. So it's a whole thing. Yeah. But yeah. Now they're angry every second of the damn day. It seems like because like oh I'm doing the thing I'm supposed to do. That's the point of this step-down facility. Yeah, but we don't give you meds. We don't force them on you. We don't do all these other things. It's like that's not what a step-down facility is supposed to be about, right? But like the general gist and bias of how people perceive it is, it's like that, right? Like, oh, you're not in an inpatient stay in a hospital, but you technically are in an inpatient stay outside of a hospital. That's what it really is. But it's like clearly you're gallivanting around and you're being independent like you're supposed to be. I'm like, oh, okay. Uh-huh. I'm going to and from this one spot. It takes me fucking 4 hours, 45 minutes to get to my fucking place. Then I have to get out, walk. Then I have to take this whole other thing. Then I can go do the thing. Then all during it seems like rush hour every fucking time. What is this bullshit? Trying to change my fucking schedule. Right? Eventually got there. Got around the first rush hour that I had to deal with. Didn't get around another one. Yeah. Trying to get back home. Meanwhile, it doesn't lead to much of anything except for me getting worse mentally and emotionally. Leads to me getting kicked out, apparently. Because you got it. I can't work the job if I don't have a place to stay. What is this? You know what I mean? And like, oh, you'll just go to some shelter or something. Oh, no, I'll just go to some shelter. No. The filled up as fuck during the summer shelters. People get their shit stolen. Lots more than just even that. Shelters, huh? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Parents saying, you're the worst idea ever to fucking live with. I'm like, idea? What the fuck? I'm a person, bro. Meanwhile, I didn't call him out for that. There's a bunch of screaming and yelling. The fact that we even have to try and help you. I can't believe that you'd have us come all the way out here to try and help you. Meanwhile, my younger sister, you should have your entire life figured out already. You're the one that's bad. Aren't you literally moving back into the parents' house because, like, you broke up with, apparently, your gay boyfriend. You lost your lease. And you lost your job. Uh-huh. Have your entire life figured out over here. This one. Like, we would never be able to fucking at all deal with you. We would never be good as roommates, says older sister. She's a fucking fashion designer and barely has to walk to get to her job. In the heart of LA. Yeah, you know what's been going on in my life. I tried coming over to you, and old mom here was getting ready to try and hurt herself. Then she does it twice. All of a sudden, I'm the bad guy. Same thing with the younger sister. I'm just doing the same as mom. So family, standard shit, really. I'm the one reaching out to my dad. Hey, I know you want to fucking, dodge her by working obscenely long hours for no reason. But, like, I can't handle her, and she's your wife, and I'm not her fucking husband, bro. Meanwhile, hey, wouldn't you know, you end up in a mental health hospital and you're kicked out, you're not allowed to come back, and you were the bad one. Everything's fine now, somehow. Huh. Well, they eventually did find people. Suckers. Yeah. It's always funny how that works out. You know what I mean? Older sister, fucking hundreds of thousands in student debt just wiped away by my mom getting SSDI. You should try and get into fucking college. It will work. Even though I dropped out, it never really helped me. Except for giving me a bunch of opportunities. And, well, I have anxiety. It's definitely the same as yours. And I don't really have, and by the way, I can do my roller derby and all this other shit. You don't know what my life is like. Man, that projection, right? She'd go be homeless or some shit. You bounce between different people in their apartments. You'd friendships. Every one of you. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because, how many of you are those doctors, those nurses? How many of you are those individuals that are the idiots saying that none of this matters? How many of you are the retards held back by that view and perspective? Hindered, obviously, by believing somehow you're better than me and that you were right. It's the dog wants to play with his bone. It's a nice little existential thing, You suddenly realize you're a part of this, but you're not really. You're a part of the problem. You continue to perpetuate it. None of you want to acknowledge that either. And that's pretty normal for what it's worth. Until something comes in. Just say what you want, but the Nazis would have continued. They can say whatever they want. It was bad, blah, blah, now. But it would have been a different story. A bunch of people would have agreed, that fucking dumbass that I'm talking about that thinks like that. If not for, effectively, a bunch of other individuals fighting their ass off to make sure they couldn't win. So why do you do this? What's the point? It's not going to matter. Nobody's going to care. Who gives a shit what you say? You're going to fail without me. You need us. That's what this is. You need us. We are the only things making so you're sane. The fuck is it? I'm not talking to you. Are you on my fucking video? You listen to this? Is this what this is about? Talk about defensive. Talk about those fucking doctors and nurses more, huh? Talk about that fucking lawyer. No, I need to justify. Talk about that judge. Man, I was right. I didn't do anything wrong by saying that you were talking about a job, not listening in any way. Having biases about any and all of these things going on with you. Not that, there's any possible movement to see if we can get any of these things legalized as a part of treatment. Different fucking judge now all of a sudden comes in. Well, yeah, no, that's normal. That's the new thing. It's the not. You know what I mean? People do that now. Why? Yeah. Circle it all the way back there, It's your shit doesn't matter and it will eventually disappear. Just like most people. The existential nature of realizing, yeah, all of it's like that. Wanting to accept our death, the meaning we had. It's hey, what's wrong with it being good and an awesome thing what you did for that person while they still are alive? Why do you have to have it continue? You ever think about that? It's kind of odd, right? Why? You don't feel like you're enough? Why not? How come you don't feel like anything you do matters? What's going on with you? How come you feel like you need to be that in order to be something? Or you advertise that this is the only way people will like you? You wear this or look like that? Was it shoved into your face? Many different ways of social media telling you that. Was it propagandized for you? You have to be the better ones. That's the only way you can justify any of it. Do you just want to run from your feelings? What scares you about them? Every single one of your patients is me. No, come on. But hey, how many? You don't know and you can't. You'd have a better understanding now. You hadn't done that. Is it really so weird that I'm just a part of it? My ideas and thoughts matter. And suddenly realize you're the weird one. The non-adjusted, non-well-adjusted. You're the one that makes everything worse. Not the other way around. And you realize that projection is actually you. Knowing about your own faults and how you push that onto others that you want to be the one at fault. It's easy to blame others. It's much harder for you to change yourself. Especially when it's like, well, no one else is going to. They didn't stop me. My parents didn't. I worked my ass off. They didn't. Sisters didn't. Nobody else seems to have on the line. Not really. Nobody in my life really ever seemed to get it. Isn't it odd? I'm always this weird guy. You know what I mean? That kind of thing where it's like you're that guy that we'd go to for like advice. You know what I mean? Like you're that guy, the advice guy, like the guy that you would. It's like, yeah, it's a bit weird, especially when it was happening when I was a kid. You know what I mean? I was in an elementary school and I had a fucking teacher talk to me about shit. Like genuinely, it's a thing. It's weird to me. And it's not like I'm super intelligent to my view and perspective. It's just not that, right? It's not like that. It just won't be. But it's like, apparently that's not the way others view me. At all. In any way. It took me forever to finally, like, validate their perspective of me. Even though it's been happening, like, basically since I was a kid. I ran from any idea of being intelligent because it always comes with responsibilities. It always comes with everybody blaming you. It always comes with every one of them asking for everything. If it doesn't work, then you're the one that's bad. Say what you want, man, but I think Jesus got out when he should have. There is no way he's going to be able to fucking manage that. You know what I mean? It's like it's unrealistic as fuck. Started off with, you don't have to prove shit. Because no one does, really. If it works, it works. It doesn't, it doesn't. You do a thing, you do a thing. You don't, you don't. It's all a bunch of redundant statements, but people fucking turn it into something so complicated for no reason. They don't keep it stupidly simple. They have to describe a bunch of little clicky lingos try and shoehorn it into their idea. Everything's a bunch of sells and deals and wheels. You can't just be honest, because of course that's not okay. That's not acceptable. You can't do that. You're a lawyer. Oh no 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 no. You're a doctor. Ooh no. If you're a patient, no. We got patient lingo over here. Doctors immediately. No, no, he's a bad one. It's like, man, I'm trapped in here. I'm gonna start talking to these other inmates, coming up with ideas, words that they don't like, just to fuck with them. Wonder why kids often start doing that. They have their own generational identity, separate to any of them. They're not letting us join you. We're cool. We're not cool. We're cool. You know what I mean? So here it is. A bunch of you realizing the fourth stage of Saunders. It's a bunch of idiots that think I'm trying to defend against. You're just listening to me talk about something that's your existential self relating to your actual self relating to the existential nature of a larger than yourself, relating to how that larger than yourself is still quite small in these little moments. How it carries on and affects things so much more. How they want to downplay that, make it insignificant. You can't possibly think of it as being something, or it's you wouldn't be able to know all that it would be affect. And he's mad. He's trying to sound cool and smart. Dude's just talking, says your friend. Because that's what I am. I'm just doing some words out of my mouth. Thoughts in my head to words. Vibrations out of my mouth and my throat. That's it. Nothing. You know? It's a nice little type of thing. You need to relate possibly to others. Maybe they can understand some of the issues I go through. Help them. Would it be so bad? Would it be? You're gonna relate to others? Oh, you manipulative bitch. Oh. Look at you. You're just gonna try and get. You're a cult. Take your meds, man. You get away from Trump. That's your med. Get away from your fucking online. Take some time off. Not everything's trying to do that. Some of them are just like me, just talking. That's how therapy and group therapy goes. They just talk. Hope someone else might have a similar issue. Look how much you see yourself as above everyone around you. And you need to project that onto me. So we're fucking one of this to that person and I keep talking about. I'm above you. Alright, but that's what you need to do. You need to see that, you need to show, you need the attention. Everybody's, below and you're so smart and you're there. Look at the fucking stupidity on this. Look at the paranoia in this motherfucker. The grandiosity of his thinking. Or their thinking, or her thinking, or any of that. Look how many of them are around you on a daily basis. As your customers, your coworkers, your bosses, relatives, trained, propaganda, helped to think that way, naturally. normalized to the abusive cycle that they help continue to perpetuate. The status quo. So terrible, a status quo that we're talking about. Yeah, it is. Status quos aren't always great and they change for a reason. Sometimes we update the old ones so that way they're not as bad. Ooh, terrible. Look, he's saying the same things as like clearly 9 times out of 10 they're just some fucking dumbass trying to look smart. That's all they are. There's, clearly it's grandiose. You know, I said the Dr. Abdallah to get him to think that. A joke. I'm the smartest one in the world. Send that fucking. He didn't fucking take it as a joke. I'm like trying to suss out if he's gonna be one of those cool doctors that kind of understands the joke versus trying to turn it into something else. It is not. He's trying to turn it into something else. Great. Let me uber theatrically prim and proper. No person there. You're just a patient, us versus them thing, You need to remove any semblance of this person. Man, I don't get people. Is that weird? Was it like weird that I just never had that happen? Ever? Like it just never turned off for me? It happened and it just never went away? Is it weird? Like honestly, I want to know. No, in the comments. 3 hours here in, right? Right. Is it weird that like I just got this type of thing early on and it never went away? Is that like what denotes intelligence, I guess, for people? Realization is pretty simple, easy around you to see all damn day, like obvious stuff that's right in front of you. Not hard at all to understand. Or is that just a for me thing? You know what I mean? Like, was that what that was? I just didn't know that it was like an extraordinarily like significant, thing. Because it was just so simple. It was like obviously this is a thing to me. And it's going on, and this is a thing for everyone, and it's not just me, really. In fact, if anything, all you do is consistently keep saying it is for all my fucking life here. Then you just forget about it. The moment it's something, this big old double standard, hypocritical, cognitive dissonance stuff with emotional, mental manipulation, nagging, and trolling, and more that you do, where you excuse and rationalize all your actions. Because in this instance, it's okay. Because they're all terrible. But no. We have to also, but it's a thing. You ever think about that? It's like my parents hated me because I talked about that. I was like, you're doing that though. Yeah, no, but Did my fucking, teachers? They didn't like that. Teachers really did not like that at all. Other students were not too happy. It's like, you're up on your ass, you're thinking too much, you know what I mean? You're trying to sound smart. It's like, maybe they're right. Oh, then I got older. No, they're fucking stupid. They're just jealous. I got that told to me by another one. I think of others. I didn't totally think that they were right. Because it's like, well, no, sometimes I am stupid. Sometimes I do think a little too much, you know what I mean? Alright? Nope. If that was the case here. Turns out I'm just really smart for some things, right? But is it just intelligence, or is it really more just like, come on, really? You didn't all want to acknowledge? Like, that's what it feels like, right? It's like a lot of you all fucking felt and knew this, but you didn't want to acknowledge it to others. You didn't want to talk about it. You want to shit down people, throats for trying to bring it up. Because then you'd have to acknowledge, like, shit that you did, and so on, right? Right? It sticks with you. From a kid all the way up to an adult. You're all involved, shocker, in this little landscape going on. That's what it was actually about. You know, 3 hours and almost 15 minutes so far. That's what it was really about. That's why I was trying to make this whole thing. Led you there. Got to understand where it's like, you're all excusing shit that you shouldn't. And every little tiny amount that you do adds up. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to any of that. But at the same time, like, it's for sure a thing that causes problems, and everybody's always angry for a lot of those different little things that you do. Because it radiates outward, and that's called consequences. Not a single one of them wants to fucking think in any way that they're the bad ones. It's like, man, I'm gonna try my best. It's seriously all I've got. I'm gonna try my best to not ultimately go after anyone without any real cause. I'm gonna try and think as best I can about both sides, because that's all I can do. I'm gonna try my best to figure out if I should be something that's involved, or really, honestly, am I getting involved? Am I thinking about something that I should not even fucking think anything towards? I shouldn't even put the effort in. I shouldn't even look at it. It's not something I should care about, think about, put effort in, anyway. Too often we fucking force ourselves to do that because we feel as though everybody needs us to. Right? And it's like, yeah, no. Many of you doing it just to hurt others. You all got your own fucking weird ass opinions and beliefs and fucking views and perspectives. To one person or another, they're weird. Even to some of yourselves. Even you know that. You know what I mean? Am I gonna hyper stress and fixate about this? Nah, I'm not gonna fucking. I got through therapy making sure I didn't do that anymore. I'm not gonna care about what a person thinks or says online. I just don't. But you know who does? People that make tons of money and pander. Doctors, right? Government officials. Yeah, that's various congressmen, senators, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You get it. Right? This weird ass other country. Oh my god, they're so weird. They're different than us. Can't believe it. Oh, so terrible. So fucking terrible. Oh my god, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't need to get involved. Fuck that. I don't even think about that. Man. Fucking still massively depressed and anxious. I didn't stop that. Still disabled. Didn't stop any of that. It's almost like, regardless of all the things I do, it doesn't stop that. It's almost like I need to constantly explain to a bunch of know-it-all, I'm better than you doctors, nurses, and more, that think you haven't been doing all this shit. Why they're wrong. I have to defend myself. Because it actually matters. It's almost the same with various terrible ideas people are going on about in science and math. More that they're trying to attribute to me. They don't know the first thing. Or it's like, no, I don't agree with that. And certainly don't agree with you. You literally just talked out your ass in the comments. You acted like you knew what it was that you were saying. PEMDAS and order operations. That's one of them. It denotes a given way of doing a particular any type of anything. For math. Are you this stupid, bro? I'm gonna start writing a bunch of different things in the comment. I don't give a shit. You didn't listen to mine. You're wrong to begin with. And you got clearly, by the way, this is YouTube algorithm, sent me your way because generally speaking, you are overconfident, wrong people. You like to project and troll. It's like, hey, I mean, that's, you know, fucking the titles, tags, more. I'm trying to hit that audience. It's rage bait. They didn't even get the rage bait of 4chan. And Xenon reality. What does that mean? That sounds like a bunch of dumb. It's like reality's on Xenon. Xenon reality, man. They're numbed out, hallucinating ass bastards that fucking really don't understand that they're under anesthetic, it seems. They're gonna think I'm insane. Look at this. I'm gonna post this, my own self, in a schizo thread on 4chan. Like, we need to fucking look for schizos. Baited their ass hard. God, I'm like that. You know, I'm obviously better. I'm obviously this. I'm obviously that. Got them easy all day. They didn't even think about the username. Took nothing to get them. Look how fucking stupid they are. Like, I've got fucking, I make all the music playlists and I love Joe Rogan. The playlist. I don't have enough time, but you're Terry now. I give so shits. I give so many shits. Look at how many shits. Like, I don't have enough shits because I gave all of them to you. Care tremendously. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking expose everything about you. Bitch, my fucking address and my fucking full name is in my shit. I don't care. You're not scaring me. Look how fucking stupid you are. Look at this fucking retard. Look at this guy. You know what I mean? I'm on a kink guy's fucking Reddit page, his own specific goddamn user page. 5 months deep in, because I hated everything about what he was saying. That's what it was. There's no reason other than I hate everything. Whew! Man. It's gonna be fucking weird. I got other fucking people. You should stop fucking doing any insane shit online. Oh, look at this fucking guy on Mastodon. Got a name like it's Cunny. Trying to fucking suggest some shit. Or it's like, hey, look at this. Look how stupid. That's key, you fucking retard, 5 months in. Look how fucking stupid you are. That's what you're doing, you're just proliferating out all of this shit. Do you mean absolutely allowed to be posted and it's actually cross-posted from someone else that posted something on this fucking goddamn subreddit? Talking about projection. I think these terrible thoughts I cannot allow for anyone else. I'm gonna do a Michael Scott from fucking The Office. I am definitely the anti-drug motherfucker. You don't have to test me at all. I didn't do no marijuanas. That's what I am, man. I don't do none. Fucking shit like this, man. You know what I mean? Fucking stupid to me, for what it's worth. Especially when it's like, okay, wait. Give me a second. So the ones that have the most are actually the authority figures? The very websites themselves definitely can see everything you've ever posted, regardless of the private message. Doesn't matter where it is and how private, quote unquote, it is. What app you try and use. They know you got that shit fucking for sure in a hard drive, encrypted, my guess is, right? This shit's never slowed down. This is even worse than the drug war they have ever fucking tried to run. What war? You mean the drug laws? Showed off they never win? There's more and more being made every fucking day. Getting passed around like it's not a big deal. The laws that they made like actual the kids themselves illegal for doing. Not telling them at all like why it is any of this might be not so great and how people think and feel about you even if it's not right to do. That like they'll try and fucking bring this up and be like as if that makes any fucking sense. Right? I'm over here in my fucking bedroom doing fucking shit. Like, what the fuck is this? You gonna shame me for this? Motherfucker, what? You put on turtlenecks and go meep. Is that what that is? Imagine that, right? That's all they do. They're coming at this motherfucker over here like, fucking I can't believe you do that. Got some motherfucker, oh my god! I play a character that's like, clearly against all this shit. But in reality, I've got a wife and kids. People seem to hate me just for being this character as I'm now this character, I guess. Nobody fucking notices I'm not the character, bro. Apparently I cheated. I gotta stay on, because that's how effectively everybody will view me. If I leave, do some cheaty douchefuck, ruin my life. My fucking wife's probably still with me just because the way of living that I provide. Someone's fucking treating me like I'm something finally. Look at me. Meanwhile, at the same time, I'm also going, uh-huh. Yeah, but all I heard was nothing was exchanged, and by the way, your words, they don't mean anything. You didn't plan on ever showing up. You didn't do any, like nothing illegal, it looks like, ever happened. Which Twitch fucking for sure went after you to try and like destroy your reputation, but like other than that, you have like an insanely strong case against them and many others. Right? It's like you're not going back to being that character. It's just like, well, really, honestly, what you did. Right? Like this is what you did it for. You didn't want to go back. You didn't want to be the character anymore. And you look at this every step of the way, motherfucker. Like that's what you did it for. That's the self-sabotage nature. You knew it'd come out. Like, are you kidding me? You're not that dumb. You knew that they were looking. You know what I mean? Like, you didn't want to go back. You wanted an out. You wanted an excuse for out. You wanted to never happen to have it come back. Not to mention, if you were to go sue them, and you most likely win, I'd imagine at that fucking point. It's like, well, sure, I'm a scumbag, but I'll never go back to being this guy. Sure, my wife, whatever. Okay, whatever. Who gives a shit? You're loaded, bro. What does it matter? Every fucking one of them's a hypocrite for something. Seems like. I mean, they're fucking watching every bit of that. Every one of them's dogpiling on your ass. Every one of them's lying about how much they do or they have or they've seen or any of that shit. How they're all part of one thing or another too. And I come around, I'm just like, I haven't done any of that. Can I join you guys? Not that stuff, but like just in general, like, be a part. You know what I fucking mean? So like, seems like a dopey ass motherfucker, but I'll stab a bitch without fucking like not like in any way. I'm willing to put up with things. It plays out in those comments so well. Do 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 do, and you're wrong. Yeah, you're clearly saying a bunch of dumbass bullshit and trying to look like you're smart, which is what you're trying to project onto me. You're saying about me, but you didn't even understand the first thing of what I said, and I said it quite clearly and pretty easily, understood by a lot of them that do know things. But it's like, no, no, no. I mean, I'm gonna get one of my own, like Joe Rogan over here, that says that, and that actually is wrong. What you said, like, oh yeah, the anti-vaccination crowd, right? It brings on, they're the real doctors. They're telling it like it is. I'm gonna go through all that. They're like, yeah, there's a lot of different schools of thoughts and ways to. This is bullshit. Fuck off. Like what we think of in traditional and conventional senses of this being rigidly this is not really the truth at all. But like, they're the ones living that, that lay of the landscape. And you're a person that's just like, no, it's not. It's very much this. That's all it is. That's the only thing going on with that career and more. It's it. That's the only thing. It's exactingly very rigid this. I'm like, what fucking planet you live on, bro? That taught you that that would ever be the case. It's never like that. You know what I mean? Seems like, anyways. It might be, honestly, right? For small numbers or whatever that is, but like still, it's more often than not much like that. Which is such a weird one. That's why I wanted to talk about it. It's like that little fourth leads into way more than you want to ever believe. The fourth stage of Sanderism is a harsh motherfucker. It is brutal. And you realize it's like, we're all just doing this to ourselves. Stop, everybody, what's that sound? Something's going down, right? Yeah, sometimes we all need to take a stop and just talk. Really get to know one another. But not put on that little mask like we always do. Like you can hear me for real, right? It's in a nice little recording, but it doesn't change that that's for real. That's the real you, right? There's no one around, you're not gonna challenge, whatever. So imagine how many of you immediately switched into a different, maskier version of yourself. How many of you have different studies that never bring that in? Especially when you're a kid and you realize you've got to do that. You gotta play that game because otherwise, you're in trouble. Even if they say you're not, they're always lying. When you're an adult, yep, that has not changed. You never, ever not in trouble. You always got to do that. You know what I mean? So what are you gonna do? Right? Probably not much of that. Probably gonna be genuine. So how did I manage that? I don't know, man. I avoided people. I avoided the hell out of talking to anyone. That was my life. Avoidance. I realized as I went through the downward spiral and destruction of my life and my family and so on, it never really mattered. Never meant anything. Things still keep ticking. People are already like those genuine kind of shitty kind of people, but then they, right, kind of lie a lot more. And when you suddenly just go, and it's like this, they don't like that. They get really defensive. So I have to learn how to play again, right? Because I stopped doing it, right? Like, what am I fucking do? You know what I mean? I'm fucking homeless. The fuck? What am I doing? It's this, whatever. It's like, what does it matter? What do I have to have that fucking masky ass filter for you for? It's like, I know you're fucking doing this. I know this is how you work. I know this is how you think. This is how you feel. All these things. I know this is the reason why you're doing it. You're a real person. Get over yourself. You're not that fucking kind of person. You have thoughts, you have feelings. Go fuck yourself. Are you kidding me? Thinking, I'm gonna put on some airs. I'm gonna try and pretend. Yeah, fuck off. My God. Still a person. They'll listen to some dumbass say some stupid ass bullshit again. I don't give a fuck. Put the cadence down perfect. You didn't even make sure. Phrase it the right way. Hits him every fucking time. Oh! Whoa! You know! It's fucking annoying after a while. You realize it's like, nah, they're gonna try and take that shit. You know what I mean? It's fucking annoying. Like, you have to talk to them like that. You have to do that fucking, like, you're the parent or adult talking to a child suddenly. Even though they're like, I'm already above you. It's like, I'm just gonna call out exactly what. And then they'll say, like, this is the whole thing with the comment, right? Like, no, well, I was trying to appeal to your ego. There's no fucking ego there, bro. I don't care. But, like, you know what? I'll put that in there since that'll make it so that way people can then go, no, there was an ego because you said class and so on. It's like, you don't understand analogies, do you? But, like, I know that they're going to try and use that, and that might feed something. You know, I might get something from it. It's like, it's all about getting that fucking, right? I get time on, I get them to watch, I get them to engage, I get all that. It's just what it is. I slandered. I got slandered. Bringing in a big word. Whatever, bro. You explain it to them as carefully as possible. Wouldn't matter. Never does. That's the point. Like, that's why I show off. Every fucking time. Doesn't matter. I'm showing it off. They don't matter. At all. What they're trying to say and fucking go on about, it's not a thing. They're worthless to themselves, it seems like. I guess. I don't know. The point is, it's like, it's a good fucking thing, though. Look at this. Look at this example. Look how obvious it is to see all this. Look how much they really don't matter. It's like, do you get it? Terry Davis over here having to do, oh, I guess I should get a couple more monies and I can get a couple patents. Get a bunch of people that believe me. It's so bad. He's still big. He's not gonna go down. Not a single one of you fucking did a thing to the guy. He'll fucking weather that and, go back to doing it again. That's how you set this up for yourselves. That's how that really works. It doesn't matter if it's good. It doesn't matter if it's bad. It doesn't matter if it's in a book. It doesn't matter if it's said out loud on a fucking goddamn recording. I got a recording of you saying something. Did I put it on my YouTube? That must have meant that I fucking was okay with that. So, what you got? Right. No, I mean, well, I'm gonna dig deep into my enemy's YouTube. Make sure to watch it all the way through, download it, make sure it doesn't in any way get any views at all. Or watch it on another website. That way it doesn't get the views. Can't have him knowing. Meanwhile, what's up, YouTube? You guys want to crack down on some of this, you know? Sure, you get a lot more money. What do I know, though, you know? Now, if they're there, if they're not there, what do I give a shit? But I know I rub people that way. Cause them to fixate and obsess, stalk, and more. It's usually always for the wrong reasons. Not, man, I'm gonna try and help you and all this. It's more along the lines of, oh, yeah, he got me. He didn't just roll over. He didn't just get scared. He didn't just like self-deprecate. He didn't do that thing where he pandered. It's like, man, you're like my parents. You're like my fucking two sisters. You're like my teachers. You're like some of the kids I knew in school. You're like a lot of adults and teens, kids. Been around me lots of points during my life. Lots of doctors, lawyers, judge. Supposedly the higher learned, better people. Doesn't seem like it. It seems like they're the same. Same as anyone else. What was that I keep saying in my videos? Over and fucking over. Even in the comments. Wouldn't you know? Look at them. I am definitely above you. No. See, you think that it's a fake lie. It's what this is. You are the one. You're the one that thinks they're above. You know, me. As obviously I am showing that I am above you as I do this. Okay, sure. Yeah. Showing me that, huh? That's what you're doing. Yeah. That's what you're doing these days. Every day. I showed off, daughter. I'm sure it's not every damn day. But the point is, it's like, man, that does not come across well at all. Let alone the fact that clearly, while you know more about one thing or another, it doesn't change that you're still a person at the end of the day. And I'm going to take your advice and suggestions if they're good. Like you should too, regardless if they're from your patient or not. What was I doing? Oopsie. Are you going to try and become the doctor? Or were you the patient? Or were you the... Which one were you? Because, like, you're the one that knows, man. You're the doctor. You got the medical degree and all this, and you need to take your olanzapine. I'm like, man, talk about one hell of a random-ass fucking name. But you keep saying, I'm defensive as fuck. As I stalk him on multiple fucking goddamn... 5 fucking 172. Yeah, there's no way that I rub people that way. You couldn't possibly, you're wrong, you're grandiose, you think something that isn't true. Oh, okay. Here we go. Okay, another one. Let me get out the receipts here. Oh! Looks like you were wrong again, Doc. How's that going, nurse? Oh, you don't like that you're gonna fucking intentionally decide to treat me in a different way. No, I have to say different because allegedly, they don't do this in any way. There's no way that they would group up. You had a good reason. You know, they fucking deserve it. Are you sure? Sounds an awful lot like we just legalized bribery for these guys, but not for you. You get a kickback when you agree with that person doing that? I'd just like to know how your particular crowd and what is this? It's a hospital or a clinic? Oh, that's right. You're a college now. Oh no, I'm sorry. You're a precinct. Oh no, I'm sorry. You're a firm, a lawyer. What is this? What are you? Oh wait, I'm just doing a bit of a bit, aren't I? How many of you have had those fucking goddamn stupid ass experiences? Look at these stupid cunts. They're trying to defend themselves as if they're them. Look at that. They're the same. I'm better than them, though. No, you're not. The fucking self-perpetuating abuse cycle clearly groomed into us by all of our peers. Just a kind of part about that, right? Every little bit of those things that you do. When you don't join, you're a bad person. Make it a point to treat you differently. Too nice. I can maybe take advantage? Doesn't look like it. That can fucking ruin his life. Man, what is this, my fucking family? They're everywhere, it looks like. Jeez. Fuck. Wow. That sucks. It's almost like we should definitely have these kinds of tests for them to pass that they can't possibly have access to and understand in any way how they can try and manipulate, you know, get the person testing them to believe that they aren't that, so that they can get in and do that. It's almost like, oh, I'm sorry, this is the pedophiles. That's what that is. Yeah, that's just all that. What that was. Yeah, that's what that is. Not every fucking one else. You know, they got no fucking way of doing anything, by the way, right? To fucking deal with their actual, like, this is their thoughts, feelings. Can't talk to anyone, right? You know what I mean? He's like, look, I'm an incel. I can't do that. We're just gonna make it. You're bad if you even think it's pesticide. Obviously. You know, I'm racist as fuck. You know, these are the only guys that give me. I wonder if they don't seem to get better because there's no place to approach for them to. Which, by the way, pedophiles, they're born this way. Are you fucking insane? We need to get the bathhouses out and get another HIV/AIDS crisis, I guess. That's the only way we'll accept them after 20, 30 years or something like that. Finally have the right to become married, I guess. Jesus Christ. Shouldn't teach the kids anything about themselves, relating to others, the existential, the feelings, how to understand them. What is this? Is this a popular Reddit post here? I'm not gonna put it on screen. You're gonna have to imagine it. You saw it, and you saw it. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Anyways, this is an artist that goes, I finally knew when this sleepover happened that I loved her. Before that, I didn't think I was fucking bisexual. Oh, God. These motherfuckers don't even understand that they're talking about something that they're, like, fully unaware of a big problem right now. Because they're like, no, they'll fucking accept them, blah, blah. They have no idea how it is to help them when it comes down to, like, I think I'm like this, maybe. Right? They're just fucking figuring it out. They have no real, like actual way of knowing. Maybe I'm gonna relate it to this because it's like fucking horoscope, astrology, cold calling psychic bastards over here, just saying vague shit seems to hit. Yeah, here's one that I figured out for myself. That's pretty common for people like me. Did you have multiple crushes on multiple, boys, girls, whatever, when you were in school and you were young? Because I did. I didn't know that wasn't normal. Crushed hard, same amount, multiple people at once. Apparently, that's not the same as others. I didn't know that. Right? But hey, no, that's me. That's me. Realizing much later that I might be poly something. Didn't know. I didn't know. How would you know? That's normal. I mean, just fucking like you like multiple people at once. Yeah, I don't think you get like that though. Especially when like you're not monogamous, you fucking cheat and all this. Oh god, here we go. I got bisexual immediately. You're just a cheater. Remember we all dealt with that growing up, millennials. You still do. Didn't go away. It's not gonna go anywhere. It's built in. It's a part of your sexuality. Now, man, I was groomed into it. You're born that way. That's what that is. Fucking what the hell? You know what I mean? But oh no, it's only gender. Only! Yeah, old enough. Fucking only gender. It's like, but he, she, they, whatever, fuck, got this, that, something else. They talk like this, they think like this. Do they have this kind of bank account? What are their goals for the future? Oh, that mean I don't want them. I did. Man, it's almost like sexuality in no way there's anything a part of this landscape we're in. It's almost like that. It's almost like you're just born a certain way. But puritanical Christianity belief system got deeply embedded into our psyche and culture and society, deep within inside of our idea of how it is laws govern us, making it so that way you're a terrible person and you should not in any way be recognized marriage-wise. What the fuck? Really? Meanwhile, I don't have any friends, so I don't get the toxic masculinity thing, and in fact, generally speaking, I stay away from them. Same thing with the toxic femininity. So I go, huh. I'm normal. Never grew up thinking I wasn't. Because it's true, I am. But it's like, man, you got those muscles, girl. That six-pack. Oh, you dress like this? No, I mean they gay. I don't mean that they gay, man. It's just because they dress whatever the fuck they want to dress like. What the fuck is that? This stereotype is fuck, man. What the fuck? You into men now? Fuck, call yourself whatever you want if you got the right things. Make me go. I want some of that. As long as you don't got the fucking Audi, you got the innie, we're good. That's all I'm looking for, the Cave of Wonders. For my Aladdin. Aladdin. He needs to have some fun. You know what I mean? Apparently, that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable when I tell someone, no, man, it's fucking, you fucking like this. Rumor spreads, fucking middle of high school, fucking great. So you like her and her? Yeah, I mean, you probably like multiple. Yeah, yeah, a little, but not like that, man. Hey, fuck. Whoops. And, whoopsie. That's not good. Yeah, do a little chuckle there, right? You know, because it's what it is. It's like, man, I'm a normal motherfucker. This is what I am. Ooh. Apparently I'm not normal. Apparently. Not normal. You have to dress like this so that way you're not gay to us. The fuck is this? There's a dress code now? I thought we did away with that because that's just stupid. Well, apparently. God, holy shit. You ain't kidding. That stuck around. Wow. You still have a dress code. Jeez. They're fucking all up in there. Right? In your minds, in your fucking goddamn eyes, on your screens and more. And you picture something. That's how they look. It's like, that's how the pedal has to be. With the mustache, more. That's what a gay woman looks like. This is what a gay man looks like. Not at all. Like anything. Any one of you. No matter what. Any one of you. Poly, fidelity, polyamorous, they're fucking just cheaters. The fuck? That's all we are? That's it? You into the heavy, hardcore BDSM, you're a weirdo. Man, motherfucker, most of you fucking have some fucking weird-ass, kinky-ass plague shit going on. You just think it's normal because of your fucking religion. You dumbass motherfucker. Fucking the worst, most terrible, bow unto him, submit. These are the rules that govern you. The hell? We fucking inundated every damn day with this shit. Are you fucking for real? You trying to say that? Look at them. Not a single one of them knows anything about it until they get much older. And that's only after they do work and they're involved. How fucking weird is that? They can't say a thing, and yet they govern it. Like they know what it is. We don't do that with doctors or psychiatrists. We go, hey doc, hey psychiatrist, what seems to be a problem? How is it that we're supposed to fucking write this so that way it helps you? Look at these fucking fuck-up retards trying to say, no, we do. We don't talk to them at all. There's not even a small amount of them as an input here. These fuck-up retards. Oh my god! The amount of bureaucratic-ass tape and fucking filing paperwork. It's almost like everyone hated that. And they knew. Look at that, GOP Republicans. You intentionally made it harder and worse. And you like that part. Everybody hates that shit, literally. Even the people that, man, I'm investing in this so I get more money from you. You know, for you, really, actually, for you. That's for you, not from you, for you. It's for you. It's not my job, you know, okay, look. Let's put this, you know. I can get so much fucking money off that shit. All damn day long, they do. Costing them money. They don't care, they got more than enough. They don't have to care. That's something I learned later on in my life. It's like, what? I mean, the big oil could easily get so much more money. It would take nothing for them to go more renewable and fucking, consolidate, fucking, it's just basically like monopoly at that point, right? You got a lot more money that way, right? I have more than enough money. It's about power. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense, actually. You can literally make a huge economy off of just renewables. Billions, hundreds of billions, trillions after all. It's a whole thing. They could do that. They have enough. They have enough to just, and it's going. They do. They really do. There's power in a scarce resource. There's power in allowing them to do whatever they want and however they fucking want to do it. If you need this shit, and you're not going to be able to change it anytime soon. It's okay for me to go over there and steal that shit. It's okay for me to have like an actual army that protects one of my fucking refineries or some shit. I'm also providing jobs, really, when you think about it. Look how fucking stupid and idiotic some of those motherfuckers are. No, big oil would not. Or these fucking doctors on their side somehow. Because they got money in it. Money. That's all it took. Money. For them to get rid of everything that they know already about their own profession. For an entirely different one. It's not the same, it'll be different somehow, some way. Somehow, some way. It'll be different. They're these fucking retards. But they're not. They know what they're doing. It's right back to the start, the landscape. I'm a schmuck like anyone else. We're all schmucks doing schmuck shit. Look at that bullshit. I'm making a lot of money. That's a fact. And whoopie-doo. It's not gonna matter. Because that's what you really are saying. You matter. When you decide to smirk and say something like that. I don't care. I'll get the money. That's what you're really doing and saying. I'm better, bigger, I am allowed to. That's how the real world works. Get over it. Are you sure you're not all the same over there, Democrats, on that side? Are you sure? I'm hearing a lot of the same fucking things coming out of your mouth, man. To these incels. To these Trumpers. I'm hearing the same garbage. It's a cockamamie scheme from him. I'm gonna do the little fucking symbol. I'm gonna do that. I'm a Trump. It's very good. China. Clearly taking our job. China here. I'm invested in those companies. Fuck Biden. He fucking put tariffs. Now I'm not gonna get enough money. I got millions, but whatever. I need more. I'm not addicted. You're addicted. We don't have enough money to fund any of these things, but oh no, it's fine. I need more money. Really? Well, I'm better than you. You were wrong in all these ways in your comment. You didn't address any of the things I said about how you were wrong about that. But it's like, hey, if I'm going to switch back to that real quick, so that way they've got something, let's hook into that, let's do that, let's fucking... Let's see if we can watch them. Let's see if I can watch them do that. So I can watch them play around. with others that they think are stupider than them, and they can spin and con into ultimately believing their shit versus anything else. You're the one doing that, clearly. That's all this really, this is it. That's it. There's nothing else there. Not even a small amount. It's just us saying the same thing back to you. I'm like, uh-huh. Are you gonna, I don't know, say what's wrong? I've been doing it this entire video. My boy, he got properly did, by the way. Look how fucking stupid he is. That's what this should be. It should be done, laid out. You know. Look how fucking idiotic this guy is. He's got money. It's like money just makes it easier for you to continue getting money and power and success, and in no way is indicative of anything. Because there's a bunch of people that are just going to do it for you. Because, you know, that's what that is. It's almost like this motherfucker's not going to change, like I said. It's almost like you were wrong out there. They'll grow if we keep giving them the truth. They'll get better. I swear they will. Fucking abused ass motherfucking bitch. Do you need a shelter? Look at you. Stop fucking, you fucking addicted, trauma bonded motherfucker. You get the fuck out of here. Stop treating them like this. They ain't that. They'll never be that. Why do you think I put this shit out online? It rubs people the wrong way. Because it's clear what that is from the start. Oh, I can't do anything. I'll just be the one that's stupid. I can't do anything. Because, like, he'll just show that he matters or something. And, like, I gotta something. So he can't. I don't want to allow him to matter. Like, dude, I already matter. I have nothing to do with this being something that makes that happen. You're a fucking weirdo. You lost it already. You didn't even go after the source of your supposed anxiety about someone matter. Look at that. Look at you. That's your government. That's how your fucking families get raised. That's how you sell people. That's how you govern your own corporations that rule over your actual fucking citizens more than you ever will. That make them feel as though they're worth something. Somehow. Oh wait, I outlined that pretty well, but still, I guess it got a lot of them. Look at you. Look at every fucking one of you. Maybe one day you'll listen to this in the future. Most likely it'll happen. You guys are sorry sacks of shit. Trying to go after me. What am I doing but just talking? That's projected defense. That's of natures. You already have your inferiority and insecurity problems. You're just using them to justify doing what you're doing. And you keep trying to spin it onto me somehow. And it's not working. You're angry the same way my fucking family was and those doctors were. And I can still use this to go after you. Because, like, obviously, I'm still a terrible piece of shit that's able to. Like, yeah. Yeah. I don't have to believe in karma. don't have to do anything. You're right, there's not much I can really do. I can make this video. That's it. You'll complain like normal. You'll know why. You go back to distracting yourself like always. To try and say it's me doing that. Try and get me to fucking get angry as well. And it's just you. And I'm working my ass off to really try and still maintain the bare semblance of what I've got now. And I can look you dead in the eyes, and all you'll end up getting is angry because there's not an ounce of doubt, remorse, lack of confidence, fear, or any of it that you usually use to prey on someone. Even if you try and hurt me, it's not going to change. It doesn't change anything about that. Because that's what you're looking for. You're looking for that power. So you knew what big oil was, and all the rest of it. And the fourth stage of Sonderism really was about how every one of you wants the power, but none of you seem to have it. Want to measure up, I guess, to something, and you will never, I guess, do it. When they say y'all need therapy, Jesus, or something, it's not. It's not what I just talked about. Accepting that you're shit, that you're good at something, allowing that to be everything that you need it to be. You're the one that allows for a lot of that. And you're not like me, who actually has a chance. You don't have the disabilities. You can go. Don't let this hold you back. Try. You know what I mean? That being said, for those that are trying to spin this onto me, have fun. It's not working. Still. Still isn't. Guess you'll just have to deal with everybody knowing you're a piece of shit. Everybody working their ass off to effectively try their best to remove you, however that works, because it never works out unless you actually become a real person. That's the point. You know what I mean? You can look at all, I'm still up here. Everybody's gonna go after me. They'll have to fucking spend the money too. You know what I mean? With a D there, and an E, of course. Instead of an I and an. Keep people on their side, knowing full well they're garbage as fuck. Nothing about them will ever be good. Ever. Doesn't matter what the religion, doesn't matter other, they don't care anyways. They're perfectly obvious. They never do. I was never trying to change any of that. Garbage is garbage. It doesn't often take itself out. It just piles itself up. It's a thing about that lay of the landscape. It's not baggage. Everybody understands baggage. It's recognizing garbage. It's recognizing what's around you. Realizing There's no dopey little puppy dog here. There's some motherfucker that's just the same as anyone else. Goes through it like everyone else. Is just trying to do their best. And just deals with it. I had a case manager tell me, it's only for, really bad. They can't do anything, people. Fucking SSI things. No, you bring it on yourself. Still working there. I think I have 10 different case managers so far. It's only been like 2 years. It's a really intense thought. This is ridiculous. And here you are. Yeah. And now I'm a part of this. You know what I mean? I'm just... Yep. They can decide to use whatever petty reason they want to. Often find people that are a little bit more willing to understand things are usually more than likely to be nicer and try and treat me well, as much as often sometimes they don't. It's such an odd one. That thought and feeling deep inside of you is true. Knowing that you're just a person stuck like anyone else. No amount of money changes that. No amount of circumstance, status, control, power, any of it. Even if they're like, well, this incentivizes you to let me get away with this. It doesn't change, you're still a person. Because they really hate that about themselves. Always trying to make it seem, because that's the, psychosis that they live in. Those obvious psychopaths, manipulative, narcissistic people. That's what that is. I have got to tell everybody that I'm this big and important. Because I feel this, and I want this, and this is it. That ain't me. There is no. I don't care what I have to say or do or hurt or anything. I'm like, I'm just me, bro. Whatever, dude. Jesus fuck Christ. Me. You don't get it. You know what I get about you? I get that you are someone that definitely needs others. You are the most hyper-dependent, non-independence person, desperately and always requiring anything and everyone else for you to function. You are the greatest anchor on societies, just as a person. You always have to justify yourself. That's why you act and say the things you do. You're way more that you try and project towards me and others than I'll ever be, and most likely anyone else. And you know that. And it's as clear as day. No rain, no dust, no wind. What you are to everyone around you, and you know it. And they have to put up with you. It's not the way that works with me. I have to put up with you. I don't have to put up with me. You're the burden. You're the narcissist, like my mother and father and family, just in general, that made me feel as though I was a burden on them. Because they were the burden. I have to get me to think that they are not. That's your only actual talent, I guess. Because it doesn't work and it doesn't last long. But that's it. You're the burdens. And you know that. Everyone knows that. Until you can really dig in and force them to think that they're the ones and not you. The moment they're out, they'll never fucking view themselves as anything other than what they are. And you're, of course, nothing. A part of their life. They leave you alone. They literally forget all about you, and they don't care about you. And eventually they'll say, you're the real one. That's the burden. You're the real burden on everyone. You're the real scum of all of it. There's nothing good about you, and it never will be. However much you crocodile tear and try and pretend somehow that you're actually feeling, you know, maybe I'll change. You won't. You'll get eaten alive by the other ones. So that way they look like they're good to others. Because that's the way it works, and you know that. There's not an ounce of any of you that matter to any of it. You can't handle that, so you have to force it so that way you're the only one that matters. When someone does that to you, oh man, do you hate it. It's definitely different when you do it versus someone else. Man, you gotta spin the context and situation as if even a person like me, a lowly ass motherfucker like me, is doing that. And it's somehow in your mind going to work. It never works. Ever. Think how fucking stupid all of that is around you, listening right now, is. Like, that could be my next psychiatrist. If that's my next psychiatrist, I hope he fucking dies before I get to see him. I do. I hope his entire life is ruined in every fucking way, and I definitely don't have to deal with anything but good from him. I'm actively hoping, fucking putting out the vibes, for that. Anyone else online? Because fuck this bullshit. Is it so wrong to want bad to go away and die? Not matter even more? No. We say that all the time about anyone that we're at war with or anything that we don't like. So clearly I'm no different. Look how fucking much they want to spin it. It's so boring. It's just... yeah. You wouldn't have to put up with it. It's disgusting. All of them. Every one of them doing it. They're all disgusting. That's why they hate themselves a lot. Because they don't, no matter how hard they try and look good and act good, they find and know themselves to be that disgusting. So they're always at a disconnect, a dichotomy, a difference, a definite, hey, I might be, but I am actually this. Those are the ones that care, not like them. They're the ones I was talking about. You know, right? Majority of you probably care, or I would hope so. I would, except for the fact that, eventually after a long time, it was like, fuck. Shit. Nope. Too many of you don't even fucking question it. Jesus shit. This is disturbing. But still, for those of you that really are like that, aren't able to con any of them because you're like me, this is not going to happen. And you're not going to fall for theirs. You have a path for yourself moving forward. Those that are going to try with you, yeah, they won't get very far. They never do. I bring them on in my life. You ever notice that? It's like they think I'm a fucking mark. They think I'm a sucker. I always seem to have one motherfucker or another try and take advantage. Man, and they're out on their ass. They realize they have nothing. Right? Like, man, can I stay with you? Nah. Nah, you don't have this, you don't have that, you're not doing that, you're lying about this. This is clear as fuck. Nah, get out of here. You know what I mean? Different versions like that when I was homeless too. Look at them. Probably in your mind, right? Right. Every one of you that's been fucking abused by those fuckers. That's what they are. That's the whole thing. There's your breakdown right there. That's all they got. Make you feel uncomfortable. Make you back down. That's it. They ain't got nothing. They're just normal people trying to defend their bullshit hard. And they need to sell you on it. And that's what they're doing. It's it. It's a crowd play. That's it. It's theatrics. The problem is there's consequences. Right? There are laws that might be on their side depending on who they go to and what interpretation and more. And they go, oh, yours? They're on your... Oh. Your secret technique don't want to know about. Enough money? Interpret law however you want. Try hard enough, more appeal. Seriously. I can get them to write a law that I want. I didn't do enough. Get the Federalists taking over the goddamn fucking... What is this? The Supreme Court? Jesus shit. Look at all of them are there. Influencer land. So many of them. The crowd on their side, this and this, and fucking, we're all band together, guys. We're up against the big tyrannical, fucking corporations. Dude, you basically run a monopoly. You ever think about that? But no, man. Okay, so okay, they can always come in. There's so many different millions of people watching these people I don't even know. Right? It's like there ain't no one else coming in there doing any of that in your fucking neck of the woods, especially with your niche. And you know what they always say? Find your own niche. That's how people are raised in a fucking society like ours. Be comfortable, to never explore outside of it, never change it. That's what they do. Makes it real easy for people to stay there. Even if they do some seriously stupid shit. You know what I mean? It's like, whatever, fine, right? Come back later. It's like Mel Gibson again. But Robert Downey Jr. got himself together. He's just on drugs. It's like, what the fuck did he really do? I mean, actually, kind of a little bit of that, but like, still. You know what I mean? I feel like there's a definite difference here. You know, it's like, well, they're not killing anyone or really that. Yeah, but they're making it impossible for any of this shit. Why don't we just, like, fucking call that for what it is, which is pretty scummy and shitty behavior? Yeah. Why would these big tyrannical corporations that are semi-monopolies over here act this way? Are you sure you're different? Are you fucking sure? There's so much land and so many views. There's so much stuff, the opportunity. I mean, you know, if they have a disability, man, that list of different things over there that might not make that happen is getting quite big. Are you sure? Yeah. I always try and say it. It's like the time for that was past before the time they even got big. It seems like the players that you see now really, honestly, were the players you're going to see 10 years from now. And that's what they say in a lot of different markets and a lot of different businesses. It's a saying. It's like you just didn't think it would work the same way online. It's like that's exactly the same thing that happened. Nothing changed. It's still the same. Well, these outliers, this blah, 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 percentages that managed out of the whole. Are you sure? I don't know what's going on. Go fucking try your hand with the government. Oh, okay. Go get a business with no money. Oh, all right, yeah, huh? Become famous on the online. Okay, sure. Let me go do that real fast. Man, that guy fucking spent a goddamn large amount of money. He still got caught in the end. I think it was Dan Brazilian or something. Anyways, quite a few of them didn't, and then they became far more accepting depending on how far, really, that line gets drawn for the audience. How much money they spend to effectively get the audience and look like they're something. It's almost like it's pay to win everywhere you look. And for a while there, honestly speaking, it was pay to win in a different way. Pay to win in time, pay to win in a certain talent that you had, and lack of disability. Which seems to be always the case for people like myself. We have the greatest cybersecurity, America. No, we don't. We have some of the worst. That's saying something too, if you really think that. I mean, look at that propaganda fucking comment on Reddit. Fucking, you know what I mean? What does America do really better than other? Fucking cybersecurity? Are you fucking serious, bro? Talk about like, man, guys, just fucking go into their comfort zone and think nothing's spying on you at all times. It's easy as fuck to get in. I mean, we had the fucking military drop the flash drive of flash drives, apparently. Got all their secrets out in the open. That's on the today I learned about them doing this. And then they have this pop up. The cybersecurity is great in America. It's the best. That's because all the corporations basically just sell it to you. You don't even need to fucking hack. Sure. The best. Uh-huh. Fucking all just schmucking around. Part of our own fucking things. All want to believe a bunch of numbed out bullshit propaganda to make ourselves feel better. It's a fact. America doesn't have the best cybersecurity. No one really does. In fact, they use a lot of the bots they capture to effectively go after other bots. Which capture is bot network more than anything, and then they use a certain small percentage. They're like, we're the greatest mastermind trappists ever. We entrap them. I mean, we definitely don't do that. And it's always funny when they're allowing for entrapment of one thing versus another thing. You ever notice that? I've noticed that a lot. It's like, it's called over here differently. It's not entrapment. But it's definitely this over here. And even though the context are practically the same, right? It's not something. How does that work? How the fuck does that work? How the fuck does any of that work? Oh, yeah. Justification, rationalization, we allow for it. We don't like those things. It doesn't extend itself into judicial. They're very objective. Okay. Sure. Sure. Same thing with, my God, look at the amount of things over here in science, technology, engineering, mathematics. God, man, there's a lot there. I'm not gonna get into that. So fucking many. So many different fucking... I'm just a dude. I'm just a gal, man. I'm just fucking doing my thing, yeah. And I'm like, yeah. And yes, it means a fuck ton. Fucking whole companies can live or die off of something. They're like, I'm gonna spy on everything you do. If you're not with us, you're gonna die. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Ah, I get no funding anymore. Shit. How the hell does that work? Don't know. Oh wait, no, I think we were just talking about it. Right? Same thing within the different cultures. We are the big group that agrees. We agree, okay? It's agrees or agrees? Agrees, shut up. Only about this specific way of doing this and viewpoint and more. It's it. Okay, well, you know, currently some of the science is on your side. Yes, I agree with that. That's what that is. Okay. There's some discrepancies and issues, and, you know, we're just looking into that. No, you should stop. We already have it all. What the fuck is it? What happened to my funding? Ah! What the shit? Where the fucking... Whoa! Whiplash, motherfucker. The hell? We're the cool people. They spent about $1 trillion something to make this, and so we're the ones that run this shit. What the fuck? What is this? No one else but us can run this. We're the ones that say it's correct. That's not how peer review works. None of that's how peer review works. Meanwhile, I'm looking at so many different other scientists and physicists and engineers just going, I can't run any of that experimenting. I literally got no way of doing that. And not even just the LHC. I mean, there's so many different versions. They're just like, it's this then? Yeah, well, I mean, the math seems to be logically there. Yeah, but that doesn't mean much. You know I can make math say anything. What is this? You can't, like, anything. Yes, huh? Are you? What? No, for real. What? You can honestly make it say practically anything if you want to fucking do the work, yeah. Could say any and all of it's right. That's not what that is. It can all sound logical, too. Am I fucking insane all of a sudden? Because the fuck did I just hear you say? That's enough evidence to be proof? To go along with it? Well, you know, it's a theory. It's a hypothesis with some math attached. There's nothing different. Look how many different ones of them over there that go, logically, my law makes total sense for this thing. It's causing all these issues. It's clearly not making sense. Well, but, you know, it's in the eyes of blah, 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 such and such that it is right. Oh, fuck off. There's no merit to anything with reality as we know it and how it works. The fuck? Yeah, but that's what this is. Ah, okay. Science. Science doing the same damn thing. Fucking Jesus shit. Okay. Well, you know, the thing is it does work with reality as we know it, for some of that. Yeah, no, I mean, you know. It depends. Which one are we talking about? What specific? I'd like, you know, we circle around back to, like, what, that particular really seems to fit. I mean, 30 years from now, we might have another fucking test that goes, nope, that was wrong. We viewed it all wrong now. Could be a whole thing that we just have to deal with somehow. Ugh. The fuck is this? At least when I mix stuff together, it does that. Oh, absolutely. Fucking on board with this. Fucking shine this specifically like this, do a little cold thingy dance and, you know, yeah, gee, it works. Yeah, no, okay, yeah, no, absolutely. Consistently, it's doing that. Right there. Fuck you! Brought something in that shows it doesn't. There goes that. I'm gonna throw the monkey wrench in these fucking masks. Great. That's actually a good thing. Honestly, we wanted you to do it. For what's worth, we'd like that. It just makes it harder. Sure. Can you tell us how you did that, by the way? Come on. We'd rather fucking be at least more right than wrong. You're right. So I was like, geez. But then it's this. Use anything. Which doesn't even get into the rest of us doing the same thing in science. Right? Not that I'm much of one. Because I'm not published. I'm not any of that. That's what that is. But it's like, dude. Unfortunately. It's like, no. Well, we did it like this, and this is good enough, at least. Yeah. Is it though? Because we didn't set up these variables as control. We didn't factor in any of this type of bias or influence for these results. We didn't factor in noise data going along with that. We didn't do any of the things that we normally say that, like, in general, in, like, school, like elementary school, we were supposed to do. Why are we counting this study as something reasonable that we should use? What is this? We do that for, like, a lot of things. That doesn't sound great. How many is a lot of things? Yeah, you know, you do it for when you cook food right at your job, or, you know, at home, or when you're at your job, you do various versions like that. It works though. Okay. That's something. Yeah, it's certainly something. It's true. Right, back into the fourth stage. Yet again. Doing the same thing. It's like, we're not going to do that, though. It's like, we should do that, though. That's the only right way to do it. No, but we're not going to. Why? Because it works that way. No. We see one specific area, cherry-picked as fuck environment and more, that seems to make it work that way. I can make almost anything with enough obstacle courses to any and all other things happening to make it do something that I say it now is a law or some shit. Of like psychology or some other bullshit. No. Ah, fucking damn you. At least for like statistically speaking, it seems to be pretty often that way in this context. And they don't make any bare bones or bare minimums or any of that shit about it. Wait, they should though. Actually, they should make some bare bones and bare minimums about that. That's what that would be. Yeah. Should say for this instance, for this, it does this. But we don't. We don't say that. We say no matter what, for all the things everywhere. Shooting from fucking craps and get that dice. Come on, 20s. We want 20s up in here. 30, 40, 50 years later. Oh, this thing slightly changed it. To this one, it's rock solid. To this one, not even a thing. That was wrong. Jesus shit. Batting an average here. No, I'm taking a stab, I guess. I'm sounding really confident. Threw a hat in the ring. I guess it didn't pan out for that one, but it did over here. Making the goddamn spreads happen. Oh yeah. That's not great. You know what I mean? Fucking. Not to mention, in this one point in time in history with these one specific groups of individuals, blah, 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 blah. Seems to be good. It seems to be better to do that. It's so relevant to this. They've never been in all of human history. This pedophiles, liked, wanted, desired, ever thought to be okay, acceptable. What do we define that as? Bitch, they were fucking them like, what? No, where in history is this a thing? This is recent as fuck that this really seems to happen. Every single time it seems to proceed when it's in the past, a destruction to the fucking country or empire or whatever the hell it is. Because they're like, think of the children, they use this to justify every stupid thing under the sun. Nuh-uh. Show me. What? That's not even hard to find. Are you fucking for real? You probably heard all about that shit. So that's a lie. Well, they were never in relationships. Again, that's not true. They weren't counted in like traditional, marriage or something. It depends very heavily where specifically on the planet at what point. Just because they weren't married doesn't mean they didn't have a relationship or they weren't having sex. I know. Oh, God. This is the way. We need a hierarchy specifically like this, so that way it's so easy for us to help you. What? Those are all the failure ones. Every fucking thing we've done for all of our societies have failed when we've done that. Like, to put it in perspective, we had a far, far away, let's go with United Kingdom here, longer history of this socialism style and non-hierarchical manner of existence for them to be successful. And they're one of the longer lived countries for what it's worth. Although I don't tell the Nazis that. They'd say, man, we almost got you. It's like our fucking Confederacy in here. You know what I mean? The fuck is this shit going on, you know? It's almost like us working together and talking and agreeing and making things as safe as we can and watching out for one another and caring. That has made it so that way we actually got to the point where we are now. And pedophiles weren't all that bad back then. Because truthfully, like, are you kidding me? You're not going to be able to fucking whisk them away. We're all moving together as a group. I don't really give a shit if you fuck them. Just make sure you don't do it when they say no. And they cry, you little bitch. I'm going to kill you if you do that. What about when I do it? I also kill you when you do it with an adult too. You fucking with this? Really? Look at the semantic. Boom! Yeah, I'm not having that. That's not good talk. Yeah, it makes sense. That's the right call. Didn't care, validated young to old. Ageism wasn't really that much of a thing. It was more about, you know, you really can't do that. You're right, I really can't do that. Because it's that, right? It's like you start off, you really can't fucking bullshit your way. There's no bullshitting, right? You can't bullshit. Must have been nice once we finally started getting cities and towns. People didn't know you could bullshit your way in. Fuck everything up, I guess. You know what I mean? Because that's what that was. It's like, no, you can't fucking jump that river. But he can. So we're gonna fucking have that guy jump that river, and we're gonna fucking try and get this little rope thingy, or walk that far to make a bridge to wherever the fuck that is, to fucking make it so that we can actually cross this pipe. You can't rock climb that. He can though. She can though. Go fuck yourself. No. Stop trying to fucking practice or something. You're right. I can't do that. Jeez. Right? Come on. I don't want you dying. Jeez. Shit. Yeah. No, they can't do that. They just lie their ass off all the time. Bullshit people. They get a bunch of papers that they say they did some things. No real way to fucking call them on it. You hope that the other ones that can do things and know what it is they're saying fucking call them on it. You hope the peer review process is good. There's no corruption ever. We know that's not true though. It's the same first stage, man. Same fucking shit. Same fucking shit. It's like, no, we must attack them. Let's not attack the actual problem. No, let's not attack the real problem. Why we're fucking people that are uncomfortable about one thing or another. We're not going to attack the problem of why we need to go after that. We're not going to attack ourselves here and fucking grow and learn. Progress. Call ourselves out on shit. No. We won't do that. Why? Right? Why? I don't know. Power, you know, all that. Oh yeah, fucking damn it. It's almost like capitalistic hierarchical structures lend themselves to this abusive-like type of behavior style much more greatly. And we tend to often, when there's an increased risk there, justify it. Because one thing or another, maybe we'll have this in the future, blah, 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 blah. And we're not the ones currently being attacked. But the moment they are, I mean, those Nazis, right? They were somehow good, maybe, huh? No, they're not. No! Don't you ever say that again, you bitch. The fuck? Get out of here. I don't know you. I don't know you at all. Why would you say that? Let's. Okay, come back here. Yeah, no, I can. I would like to know where that came from. Who told you that? We have got to figure that out a little here. Right? Who fucking lied to you? Or maybe in a context, they were good at something. We can give you that. I mean, it's not like they were totally bad at everything they did. You know? So, what led you to believe that? Damn it, fuck it, you sleep. Yeah, fuck. Move on. Whatever. Screw this, I'm not getting involved. It's not my fucking thing to do, that's for sure. Ah, you're getting voted in? Oh. Jesus shit. Do you ever think about why I like try and do the whole vacuum airship? It totally is the cheapest way to get as close to space as possible, and you basically always remain in the air. You do a couple of things, effectively manage what you need to for food and water and basic resources. You really can actually get a good distance and time off of that. There's nothing saying we can't just not live on this planet anymore. Come on, man. I know it's a meme, ha ha ha, I don't want to live on this planet, but what if? What if? I mean, come on. What if we tried to leave this fucking place? What if we just left? We got some, really smart individuals. They got doctorates. They know how to, heal people. They understand engineering, physics, stuff like that. We got a lot of good like-minded. You sort out the personalities and had them live for a little bit together. You know what I mean? They understand some things, right? We build it as best we can, robustly. We got some basic terraform kind of capabilities, but it's really mostly just, all right, we're gonna dig underground, right? We'll build like a little biodome sort of situation, so they burp out an atmosphere, get it going, right? As we build bigger and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like, here's my fucking whole YouTube channel in a nutshell, all of the different pieces on how to make that happen. You sure? You sure you don't want to just try at least a little? What the hell is here that you can't get over there? If you're even slightly like me, you don't think you need money. You understand resources, or because you make them and they're everywhere. You understand everybody can do their fair share in part, and just because you are disabled doesn't suddenly mean, oh my god, you're terrible and you should never try, you should never get there, you should never leave. That's not what that is. I mean, I came up with these ideas, sure, that's great. I'm more than just some random ideas guy that's smart. You know what I mean? Like, look at all of them trying to justify their hatred of something. It's really just jealousy after a while. And hatred of effectively a situation that's going on. It's like, how hard is it really? I mean, why don't we just take it low and slow and get it going eventually? You really can't test it? You can't try and put together? I mean, it's only the biggest, bestest people. They're just schmucks, motherfucker. They got some fucking places to fucking test and experiment best they can before they send themselves up there. There's no difference outside of them making sure, as much as they can, that it won't fail. They didn't even know about half the fucking radiation problems that we now know of these days. And they fucking went to the moon. Are you fucking sure, bro? Are you honestly? I mean, come on. You're gonna tell me that you really believe you're not capable at all to do it? It's only the 3D. No possible way to float your ass up there and get there. We didn't use rocket balloons multiple different times before. In our own country, there's no way in every single don't even try and say that we can actually re-enter. It's impossible. There's no look at that. It's actually impossible. No, it's not. We know it's possible. But it's not. We know what you're doing. You're trying to hey, fucking let's leave the abusers and go. How the fuck are we gonna do that? You know what to look out for. You're not that dumb. You're gonna really go like, man, oh, they're so terrible. They'll do this. How terrible is that really? Right? It all depends. Pretty obvious. We all say that once we really get there. Okay, it depends pretty heavily on the situation context here, right? You don't think, man, one and done, you're fucked and the worst. Like, you should just die. People make mistakes. Nobody is fucking infallible. You know? It's like, in a society like this, it's like, man, I'm gonna fucking just, live with this. I'm terrible anyways. Like, man, I've got this dark, deep-sighted desire to fucking drug you and rape you. No, you don't. You just wanna... Like, you don't even understand where that comes in. God damn, motherfucker. Look at you. What you want to do is, like, fuck your whatever, and they accept that, by the way. But, like, you're all good and you don't have to ask them and all that shit. Which is effectively a version of free use. But with, like, some sleeping pill or whatever. That makes you so terrible. Look at you. Look at you. Over there. Oh my god, oh no. Look at this, festered into this. I am the worst thing ever. You haven't validated yourself. You haven't done that thing necessary at all. See what I mean? When you push them down, they just get worse. Realize you give them the knowledge, help them through that shit. You're not the fucking, no. You're not. And there's ways to fucking do that safely. You're not the work. God, Jesus Christ, you're not. Don't cry. You don't have to cry. Jesus Christ. You're fine, bro. Jesus Christ. Same thing. Oh, I want a fucking kid. Yeah, you like the idea of the taboo, I'm guessing. Honestly. You're not like a pedophile. Or you're not like one of me. Which is like, I can go from young to old, but it's not a big deal so long as they understand it and they're going to have a good time. I don't care. That's all it takes is consent and them understanding enough. Because I'm also not stupid. Right? Like, man, I understand everything about this. You still get that surgery. You don't know everything about it. You still have them do whatever that law is. You don't know everything about it. You still fucked this motherfucker. You didn't know everything about them. You had sex this way. You didn't know everything about how to do it right. Didn't stop you. Didn't fuck up your entire life. Whoa. You know what I mean? That's why it's like that. It's like, you're not terrible for that. But I also understand where some of that terribleness can creep in. I already find myself that way. I've already got a plan for it. I need to try it. Yeah, right, yeah. See how much it festered? See how much they obsessed? They fixated on something? It's gonna be the same as if it was an adult, just like a different size and shape, man. Might be tighter. I don't know. Whatever the fuck, man. Not that I really have any experience in that, but the point is, it's like that's logically sound to assume. Are you really missing out on much? Like, what are you fucking like? You know what I mean? If anything, you're not even treating it like that person's that person. That's the fourth stage. Remember? It's like they don't know that this is well. Oh my god, yeah, right. So you need to fucking factor that into what you're doing, bro, and you're not doing it. Doesn't matter, man, woman. I don't care. That's what that is. Whatever. You have a thought. You have a feeling. You do this. Do it the right way. Jesus fuck. Get over yourself. I don't care. I just don't. I really don't. I'm just done. I'm done with the think of the children. I am. Just better. It's like, fuck it. Too many of them are fucking recording themselves. Too many of them want to try. I remember when I was a kid, I was fucking curious. I would have fucked several different fucking celebrities. My own damn ass. Right? Like, fuck off. It's like, it would have been terrible, everything, blah, 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 blah. Great. So, and there's no way to make any of that. Can knock that. Serious? I mean, come on. Right? Like some dude, no, electricity bad. Always. Really? No matter what? Always? Only to kill. God, fucking worked our ass on that just a little bit. Oh, look at this. Oh. Oh, it's not so terrible as you were saying, or so crazy, and oh, magic. We're playing with the forces of God. Oh my God. Oh, it turns out we weren't. Crazy. No way. Same thing with sex and relationship. It's like, oh, we're playing with the minds of a child in underworld. No matter what kind, it's insane to even suggest they could possibly understand something. Okay, sure. Look at the law. Look at the fucking actual studies. Look at these studies. Look at these fucking studies. Look at these fucking things. Hyper biased here. Only one way of looking at it. Has a obvious, huge amount of culture and society that goes after anyone that says, no, 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 I wasn't. I was okay. It was okay. Oh, I wanted to stop after that point. Man, look at the fucking men and women over here. They had the same problem. I still revoked the consent, you dumbass. I am definitely a raped individual. Nah, you're not though, because, like, you know, you brought it on yourself. How many different fucking children have the same fucking damn story? How many different fucking adults have the same story for various other fucking shit? Because you're fucking dumbasses. You say you have empathy. You don't have empathy. This is so wrong to go like, man, but I would rather just leave. I'd just leave, you know, I'd rather just sayonara. Bye. Alright, fuck it. Why not? I mean, we're all dying eventually one way or another anyways, right? That's what they say. We try our best with the biological and so on. You know, maybe you do. But hey, you're not going to do it unless you try and do it. Right? This is so bad. I don't want to do a vacuum airship. No, I can fit in there. I say all of the damn merits of this thing. I know that there are not complete, perfect things. No, that's not how that works. But it's still a really cheap, hyper-efficient way that gets you into orbit and honestly putting around our whole solar system eventually, one day. another star. It's a lot less expensive than trying to yeet a fucking heavy, phallic-looking object up into space. Not that this won't be fairly phallic, too, to be fair. You know, they're very efficient shapes. For what it's worth, they are. They do work pretty decently well at going through atmospheres. That's what it is. But I'm going to move on because it's like, now you're terrible. You want to secede from us. Like, if they want to have that fucking whole goddamn state, I don't care. Get rid of their, ability to have a military. Have them have like an actual fucking government, blah blah, whatever. I don't care. Fuck it. Honestly, put them all in the one thing that they want to be together with. Fine, right? As long as they don't attack, and it's like, oh, if you try, we're gonna fucking fuck you up. It's so bad about it. Why do you keep saying we shouldn't do that? You know what I mean? Makes no sense. It's like, why don't we allow for ourselves to separate? We're obviously not capable of doing this kind of weird thing. You know what I mean? It's like too many people already solidly, basically turned into this thing. They don't really have much of a hope of changing, unfortunately. You can't get them on your side with evidence or facts, or even trying to spin it, because that's not even really an option. Even if you do it, you constantly keep trying to con and spin and more. They'll just throw it back at you. As if I'm the one, right? Standard thing. That's what you're going to say about yourself, too. Because you're not like any of them. If you're like me, you just have to deal with them constantly saying it to you. That's how they get around. It's their crowd control, it's their theatrics. That's how they fucking maintain power and control. And a lot of smart people join in, give them credence, credit, validation. Doesn't make any sense. It's really rather dumb after a while. Something you get taught in therapy. You have to give them the benefit of the doubt. But you don't, actually. But you do. That's the problem. That's the problem with the science world in general. You should actually give them a little bit of a look-see. And you shouldn't be someone that doesn't really know anything about it. Often that schmuck that's the same as you knows something more, and they'll understand and grasp what is being said by someone that might honestly at first seem dumb. Even to them. A lot of great ideas stem from that. Seriously, it's a thing. It's such a weird concept of reality around us, but it is. It's like, no. Well, actually, that is actually a good idea. Right? It's what that is. That's how we ape together strong. Right? Ape together strong is a thing for us. That's why, because we entertained something. We're stuck in one fucking view. It's like some guy, what about this though? How come we didn't do that? Huh. Oh, fuck, you're right. Yeah, right, yeah, alright. Yep. We should go do that. Too many times. And I do it. I know others do it. I know everybody really kind of does it. It's like, hey, we're all doing this one thing, right? And we're all like stuck in it. Yeah, feeling it. Why are we doing it? Because this, wouldn't it be easier like this? Yeah. Uh-oh. Well, I'd get a lot less money. I'd get a lot less power. I'd get a lot of... Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Lends itself to it real well, It's everywhere, unfortunately. It's so catastrophic. I'm worried about my fucking appointment with my psychiatrist. I don't want him to be like that. But the thing is, I wouldn't be able to stay with him anyways, because a fucking doctor called me a malingering individual. Like, no matter what, I can't stay with my clinic for, like, psychiatry or any of that. I have to leave them. But it's like, the only way I can really kind of go to another fucking psychiatrist is by getting my basic, medication taken care of, and then I can finally get going on that. I'm getting the fucking mail. Have you thought about SSI? Says Care First. No, I didn't just fucking get denied. No, I didn't just try for like 3-4 years. While I was homeless at the start, I worked my ass off to get to a SMI housing facility, which was rare. It's so hard to get one of these. Like an apartment all your own. There's very little out there. And it's like, man, I've got to try and get to an actual, like, state that has better mental health care. How the hell do I do that? How? Like, actually, how? Not to mention, I have to, apparently my lawyer, before they decide to no longer be my lawyer, was like, yeah, no, you have to wait like 6-9 months before you can file, once you have like an actual, history with the psychiatrist and so on. Because they don't treat mental health the same way, I guess. And so you can't file that. It's like Arizona is full of fucking judges that are not really the right kind. Let alone lawyers, let alone any of that. And hey, anyone out there as well that even gets the good, treatment doesn't change. Hey, guess what? No, they're going to deny you all the way up into the judge, and then we're still probably maybe going to have to try again. This is the normal. That's actually how that works now. And it's like 2035 is the most I'm hoping for, I guess, because they haven't figured out anything. Jesus Christ. What the hell? And we're all like, no, the country is fine. It's better than it's ever been. Lies. And those kids are growing up like that. Those teens are thinking these things. A lot of other adults never even had the shot at having that in their head. They really think this way. They grew this, and they have to lie in their bed next to all the fruits of their labor. And man, they don't want to. I wonder why. Not digging it, I guess. Suck my dick and balls. Like and subscribe. Please share. Comment below. That's the end of this one. Have a good one. Bye.